Good evening, everyone. Happy Friday to all of you. For those of you for whom it is not evening, good morning, good afternoon, good day, good morrow, good all the things. We had a wonderful week. Hope the microphone issues are corrected. I will talk about fixing that shenanigans and finding out what was happening with that. But hopefully you can hear me without me shouting into a microphone, which, would be a remarkable improvement from where we were last week, the week prior to that, all of the above. I saw votes going on in the chat. Everyone's saying it sounds loud. I don't want it to sound loud. Well, let's not yell and blow everyone's off. How's that? Is that better? How's your week? How was everyone's week? It was quite a week. We can go through some of this. I went through. I had a great end of the week. Phenomenal end. We can't have a better end than I had this. Wonderful. Y'all did too. I know that some of you have been watching the Karen Reed case. Have now seen that we are into the defense case. Share it cross-examination. No, everyone's saying it's cutting out. Oh no. Now I'm really quiet. We're going to go ahead and try to fix certain things so that we're not that quiet. Let's remove the noise gate. See, is the problem that's always going to happen. Let's do this. We're just going to go with a neutral, no pass, no nothing, no glitz, no glam. I thought I had this fixed, guys. I really did. I promise you. And in fixing it, I was frustrated. I mean, if you tell me it's not working, then it might not be working, but it's okay. I mean, it's not okay. It's going to be frustrating until I get it fixed, but you know what? That seems to be the case. We're going to do that and allow YouTube to do the rest of it. Okay. So now that we're here, who had a vote? Who had suggested a start time of 7:41 or 8:41? 8:41? It's 8:41. Because that is the time we actually got rolling tonight because reasons. I had a bunch of other stuff going on that I had to finish at the workplace, at the place of employment after a full day in court. And by full day in court, I mean a full day in court. So it was quite wild. Let's see. Look, much better with the mic. Some people are saying that. Haircut looks ace. I finally got the time to got my haircut. All of them. All the haircut. Which was, helpful. See, we're just going to be playing this game. At some point in time, I'm going to come back and tell you guys I'm trolling all of you. And that I am not, in fact, audio incapable, that I am instead completely capable of knowing exactly what it is that I'm doing. I just have that magic. There we go. Okay, now I think what it is was I closed down the software that did it. Don't hire Arca for the job. Don't hire Arca. I'm not going to hire Arca. Gain is up. There we go. Hopefully, turn the sound up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing all the things. Testing, all the different things and the buttons and the wheels and the stressors of all the above. Because we got to make sure we get this right? Before we start talking about the case, we got to make sure we get this right. Don't hire Aperture. Don't hire Arca. Don't hire Aperture. We're gonna basically find out who we have to hire to fix the technology issues. Everyone says there, don't touch it. I'm not touching it. Hands are off the keyboard. Don't worry about it. We're not touching anything. We're not touching it. We're leaving it be. We have fixed the devices and we're good to go. God. Had a great week in court, and here we are doing this. Wonderful. Yay. Phenomenal. Okay, so let's get caught up. Yeah, I need Scott. I need Scott. I mean, I need Scott for several reasons. Just need Scott's voice in my life for most of the time, but I need Recovery Addict to come and help me fix this. God. I've been bouncing between streams and deciding who to watch the Karen Reed trial with, and I jump from stream to stream based on which witness. I kind of want to hear everyone's take on the different witnesses. It varies from time to time. It's been stressful. I mean, I don't know if stressful is the right way of saying it. I'm not stressed. The lawyers in court are stressed. Everyone's stressed about this case. I will say, though, I made the very, very, very large mistake of after today, I went on X, formerly known as Twitter. And wow, was that a mistake. Because I don't know if people are watching two different trials or not. But I have never seen people taking the extreme takes that they are taking right now. I've tried to play this thing about down the middle as I can and deciding, giving flowers to whomever is doing well in court that day and criticizing people I think are not doing great and really listening to the evidence coming in. But holy crap, it has been wild. Just because, like I said, I don't know if people are watching different trials. I have a theory on it. And we'll get to that in a little bit when we begin talking about Hank Brennan's cross-examination. But for right now, this is what I usually do during the beginning of these streams. Yes, it is Friday Night Frenzy, which means that you guys have to listen to a little bit of what went on during my week. I apologize for that. I mean, I don't really apologize for that because you're here, so why not? We ended the week with a great court day. Phenomenal court day. And a court day that actually teaches some lessons to people. I hope for the other side at some point. So, started with a case where I was getting a ruling on a case that was kind of up in the air. I thought I knew how it was going to come down, but it was a trial from several weeks ago. The court had set it down for a ruling today. And the judge calls the case, starts reading his ruling, and starts articulating what his findings are. And I am writing so fast that I don't even realize that halfway through me writing and I'm going, oh crap, I'm winning. Keep going. And I was like, oh no, I'm like really winning. I'm getting all the numbers. And get to the end of it. And the judge looks at me, Mr. Morton, I trust that you can put that into an order and get it to me by the end of the day. Just going, wait, hang on. Whoa, judge, pause. Did you say end of the day? Like today? Like it is 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And you're expecting me, one, you talk faster than I do, which is an accomplishment. Two, I need to put all this into an order and get it to you by the end of the day. Oh, God. It was. The judge then promptly reconsidered and goes, oh, no, you have to get it to opposing counsel to review first. Okay, I want it by the end of the day, Monday. I'm like, okay, that's more reasonable. That makes sense to me. Oh, there's Scott. Scott, you've been summoned. You have been summoned, and it's the audio gremlins, trolls. I don't know what we call them when they mess with our audio equipment. I really don't know. If you have a name for them, I'm happy to adopt that name. Actually, you know what? Given the time of year, do I play the clip that has been... I think I do. Because we're entering that time of year, and I just made a statement about things entering your household and messing with your audio/studio setup. So I think it might be appropriate. And plus, there's a bunch of new people that are here who have not watched the live streams. So they might not know about the clip. So let's do this. For those of you who do not know who Recovery Addict is, his name is Scott. He's a phenomenal YouTube channel. He does trial coverage, court hearing coverage, and he does it without a whole lot of commentary. It's great. He actually does great chat if you ever want to go and participate in a chat and watch what's going on. Not a lot, no abusive contact or communications allowed in that chat. He does well at covering it from start to finish. Doesn't miss an ounce. focuses appropriately, even though he's not a trained lawyer. He focuses appropriately on the things in court that should be focused on. He's a professional court watcher. And he does a lot of stuff behind the scenes to get into courtrooms where they're not allowing a lot of broadcast. So I always love chatting with Scott. Oh, plus, if he always says it's because of the filters he has on his microphone, but the man's voice is just butter. So the commentary that you do get along with the in-court proceedings, silky smooth, perfect, just what you would want. Unless you like the Hank Brennan accent, which you will not get from Scott. But just because it's been a while and because people might not have seen it, let's go a little trip down memory lane, shall we? It's 2 minutes. Don't worry. I'll be right back at the end of it.
Mary Murphy, member for 9 months, so they can't believe. Okay, stop. I need the Southern Febreze. Hey, can somebody bring me the Raid? There's a bug. There's a bug in my studio.
What in the world is that? Oh my gosh.
And I don't want to turn the camera on it because I'd have to zoom out so it would all fit in the camera lens. It just went behind the cabinet. You guys, oh my goodness.
There was this bug that had a huge, I think it's a roach, that had a huge thing of dust on it.
I will tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen is this. That bug, and when I talk about bug, I'm talking, it's those, they call them water bugs here in the South. We know what they are, and they're not water bugs. That was like, it was the size of a small dog.
It looked like a monster coming towards me. Holy cow.
You unmute.
And occasionally when we get one of these that come inside from outside, usually in the leaves, when they fall down, they're around the leaves outside, but when they get into the house, I have words to say, and now it's literally crawling towards my green screen. So I'm going to be on camera like this, and then on the green screen, you're going to see a bug crawl across the wall.
I can.
This is bad, guys. It's going to be a bad day. I can't step on it because it was like at waist level on the wall, and my feet don't go that high.
There's a series of questions.
Oh, I just put my arm
based on what I heard Mr. Shapiro comment on about the 20.
Bug will be dead by the end of this show for sure. Bug has nowhere else to go. I mean, it's not like there are wires it can hide behind in here. Yes, cats will eat them. We're keeping the cat.
Yeah. Still one of my favorite clips. I told you the voice is butter. Still one of my favorite clips of all time. Just so good. All right. Well, Scott, good to see you. You got to help me figure out my microphone issues at some point in time. My word, I need your help. I need your help so bad. So bad. Just all the assistance I could ever need and ask for, please. Yeah, guys, we know. You try to pretend that those roaches aren't real. Well, Leo's got opinions upstairs, but they are. Anyways, back to what I was discussing about a day in court. So ended up getting the ruling right, getting everything I needed from that ruling, and then I had to stay around courthouse for a impromptu afternoon docket because our courthouse had a security issue 2 weeks ago, and the security issue 2 weeks ago resulted in the courthouse actually being closed for 3 days. It takes a lot to close a whole courthouse. I mean, you're moving a docket around. Now, we don't really know about the security issue or what caused it. I'm very intrigued because the only thing that we got was that there was the data entry system had a malfunction. I think I remember telling you guys about this. Well, lo and behold, between the break of my 11:30 docket, the 1 o'clock docket, a court reporter is walking around the corner, and the court reporter is talking to a friend on the phone. And I've never been so tempted to go interrupt a phone call and a phone conversation than I was in this particular moment. Because the court reporter is walking down the hallway and they're saying, yeah, there's still just not any communication or talk about that security issue we had when they closed the courthouse. No one really talks about the real reason. Wait a minute. What? Excuse me, what? There was more? There was more information? There's tea that I can have on why the courthouse closed. But in the time since, the attorney bypass lane that we can usually use to bypass the security screening has been closed, and we've all been just whining about it like infants and toddlers. Like, oh my gosh, we got to go through and clear security like all the normal folks. They closed an entire entrance to the courthouse, so it's just one entrance in, one entrance out. And the more that I'm sitting there doing the math in my head, I'm just going, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. People are saying, why didn't I ask? Because I didn't want to interrupt a phone conversation. This is a person that's walking down on a Friday in the hallway. We're talking to her friend. I very much wanted to interrupt the person, but I'm not going to be rude. So, then went into the afternoon hearing. Was it? He's in a lower suit. I don't know. I just want to find out why the courthouse is closed. Yeah, for 3 days. I'm seeing this. Yes, the chat. For 3 days. 3 days of closure. That is not a common occurrence. Don't even suggest that. I also have a very funny story that is at the expense of my law partner, God bless her, but that involves why we get security screened and have to take our laptops out of our bags at another courthouse that I attend. I'll tell that a little bit later. Don't let me forget about that one. It's not a bailiff gun story, but it's kind of funny. I'll wait till Ian's here because Ian will laugh. / completely panic. But no, I have no idea why they did it. So 1 o'clock docket starts, and it starts with a very sad kind of thing. There was a carryover sentencing case, which they had to take the sentencing matter first. Which you always hate the sentencing cases because they present the pre-sentencing report, they present the victim impact statements, and the entire courtroom is full of attorneys that are waiting to argue their motions. So it's really just tough. And I was covering a case for my boss, like one of the two principal names on the law firm, right? So, hey, can you cover this case for me? Yeah, sure, no problem. We do that all the time. We all cover each other's cases. If we need to refer to another courthouse or another hearing. So go in there, and this attorney, like 90% of it was resolved, except for some very specific issues that were, let's put it this way. I was very confident walking into that courtroom. And I get up, and opposing counsel, prior to that hearing, we're sitting in the hallway, and she's just being very, very quiet, reserved, kind of looks at me like she hates me. And I'm thinking in my head going, why? I didn't do anything. And then I'm remembering, oh no, yep, nope, this is a case that's being handled by my boss. Yeah, no, I can see why there might be some harbored resentment towards anyone handling the case. Okay, I'm going to give her some grace. And we go in there, and I tried to resolve it, tried to warn him, but ended up presenting the argument and wasn't even close. I mean, it was very firmly argued. Maybe not a pound the desk argument, but one where I was basically getting to make the argument of, look, this is just bad practice, and it gets passed on to new lawyers and lawyers and firms, and just because this is the way it's been done for 15 years doesn't make it the right way of doing it. These objections need to be overruled. The discovery needs to be provided. I need this is the deficiencies, and by the way, here's my attorney's fee affidavit. Please award fees. Not very common to get fees awarded in these types of disputes. So we talked about this before. And judge comes down and grants every request in my request and awards attorney's fees payable within 60 days. So we go out in the hallway to draft the order, and I'm drafting the order, and I'm looking at the pleadings because I want to get their name spelled out right, because I've never interacted with this lawyer before. And in the process of drafting the order, I ask, hey, I'm looking at the bar number here. Did you happen to take the bar in July of 2024? It's a pretty high bar number. And she says, yes. And in my head, I am going, what managing, because I know the firm that she's with, and I'm looking at it and going, what managing partner just cut you loose like that? Not because she was doing anything prejudicial to her client. I mean it. What I mean was not because she was doing something prejudicial, but because she was not ready, did not have the experience to recognize, look, maybe I shouldn't be as firm on this point as I am. It was so we got talking. It was nice. We got to talking. I end up chatting with them about, how they ended up switching over to practice law, how they're enjoying their time at this firm. And the person says back to me, goes, "Oh yes, I love getting my backside handed to me on a Friday." And I said candidly, I said, "That's not an ass whooping." It might have been an ass whooping. I said, "That's not an ass whooping. And by the way, we all get them. Every single one of us gets them. So it's not here nor there." So we end up getting the order drafted. Client, and it gets entered. So all three, I had 3 matters in the docket, 3 matters up, 3 matters down, successful on all 3. One I have to go back for, but successful on the 2. To the point where I get a phone call from the boss with exclamation going, "How the hell did you get attorney's fees?" Which is a good thing to hear from the boss. When the boss is giving you that phone call, it's pretty cool. It makes you feel pretty good. He says he watches the YouTube channel. He doesn't watch the YouTube channel. If he does, I'm in trouble. I don't want to be saying that. I don't really care. But it's pretty cool. It was a good day in court. But I go back to that thought process of this young lawyer. And part of me is going, yes, these are lessons you have to learn. Should this young lawyer have had to learn that lesson this way? No. They should not have. They really shouldn't have. I've got young associates that I try to train up, and I try to get to a place where they're capable of handling more complex motions and handling things on their own. But I recognize that it takes time. And in my firm, we try very, very much to bring lawyers along so they see the motions and they see how the practice happens and they see trials, and we let them run baby trials before they run big trials, and let them run simple motions and first appearances before they run complex motions, because we need to see how they can do. I've told you guys about it, watching my associate up there and the judge kind of peering over and saying, "He did good." Because you don't want to scare people away from the practice of law. It's hard enough to get lawyers that want to practice family law, right? It's not easy to get them into a place where they want to do it. And then when the only experiences you're giving them are horrible, where they feel like they're left out on a limb, where they don't feel like they have the support, where they're walking in there either with an overinflated sense of confidence, or they're walking in there scared shitless because they don't feel like they know what they're going to do, then you're setting them up to fail. And why would you do that? Make them feel supported. Yes, put them out to the place where they're going to be uncomfortable. Push them to the place where they're going to be uncomfortable. But make sure you've got the safety net right there, right? So you ease them out and you kind of force them into the uncomfortable spaces. Because let's face it, facing discomfort is how we improve ourselves, period. You have to face uncomfortable situations, or you will never advance in your capabilities, your skill, or generally speaking, your career. So yes, we want to force them into uncomfortable spaces, but you want to be right there with the safety net right behind them. And you want to be there in a position where you can step in if at any moment that they feel like they can't do it. And it sucked to see. And I say this with a caveat. Not a caveat. I say this from a place where I've lived this experience, where I did not have a safety net. I was out practicing without a safety net. We've talked about my old boss, my very first boss, who has since been disbarred. So I have been in that fire without the support, without the safety net, and I have been flamed by judges and yelled at and all the other stuff. I don't want to see that happen to other people. So that is the end of story time. Get on with it, Rob. Yeah, see, we're on with it. We made it. That's the end of the story time and the end of the good day in court. And I make that comment also because we see these attorneys that are practicing in the Karen Reed case, and you make comments about the attorneys, whether they're good, whether they're bad, whether you like them, whether you hate them. Then you see some of the younger lawyers get up and make arguments, and you have to realize that they can't all be Alan Jackson's, Hank Brennan's, David Yanetti's, Bob Alessi's. And in order to become one of them, they have to start somewhere. Sidebar. Okay, let's catch up and get to some of the content, shall we? Because we have a lot to cover, right? We've got primarily two witnesses. 2 witnesses? 3 witnesses. 2 witnesses. Judson, Dr. Judson Welcher, probably one of the most complicated experts I've ever had the opportunity to observe. And then a very, very, very stark contrast to the start of the defense case, right? So we've got a lot to break down, a lot to cover, and we need to get caught up. So let's do this. Let's get caught up on some of the super chats, roll to the content, and we will move on from there. So Fiona W., thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. Oh, I should probably swoop to that just so that when I do the swoops, by the way, it's to help see the timestamps so that when those get added, because the wonderful Kate R., who's in the chat, keeps track of them and sends them to me. So if you guys ever want to thank whoever comes up with the timestamps, it's her. So we put those in there so that they're easier to find. So without further ado, new swoop. Okay. Fiona W., thank you for the gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Thanks for being here. Finally Freed, you're looking and sounding great. Thank you, Finally Freed. Light Queen, good evening from Van Isle, California. Or is it Van Isle, Canada? Van Isle, Canada. That's what that is. Good evening to you, Light Queen. Devin, good morning from sunny Hiroshima. Devin, I saw the pictures from the Japanese woodworker and the what looked like a classroom. And if that was in fact a classroom, you're dead to me. You know that's my dream. Damn it. Katri, been a while again, but here now. Happy 4-week summer vacation to me. Nice to see and hear you, Rob. Good to see you, Katri. Happy 4-week summer vacation to you. I would ask why it's not longer, but it is what it is. Finally Freed, Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh, forgot which side he was on today. There was a few moments there where I was very confused where he was going with it. Virginia Little, are you really a carpenter or cabinet maker too? I am a builder. Now, I haven't been able to build very much in the shop just because I haven't had time to, but I do have a fully functional shop and I do love to build things. The outro video that you see at the end of every video, the pen making, that is me who's making that. But yes, excuse me. Hello, everyone. I hope you have a lovely weekend. I hope the same for everyone involved. Thank you. Excuse me. DSN, thanks for the membership. You can thank those in the chat for gifting it, and you've been a member for 24 months. So cheers to you. And you'd return the favor by gifting 5 more. Thank you, DSN. Stitches and Giggles gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Stitches and Giggles. Charlie Lynn, thank you for gifting memberships. Baby Steps 22, thank you for gifting memberships. June Sidloskus, thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. Y'all, if you received one of those gifted memberships, go and actually take a look at the membership videos. I owe people a shop stream, back to the comment about being a woodworker. Yes, the membership videos have times when I spend in the shop just chatting with y'all fine folks. So, will I run an experiment for this trial, pretty please? I did during the last trial. We can talk about that when we go through Judd Welcher. Aqua 46784, thanks for being a member for 29 months. Donnie B, Rob, I don't think anyone could be more appalling than Welcher until I saw Brennan go after the extremely neutral, non-combative Disogra today. There are going to be different opinions on that. I can guarantee you. And I know that the chat's going to hate a lot of what I have to say when we get there. Maybe not. Maybe. Who knows? But I will say that Disogra, for my take, handled himself more than well. I mean, he did a damn good job for a second time testifying. Damn good job. Charlie Lynn, thank you for becoming a member. You owe us like 12 of them. I do owe you guys like 12 of them. I owe a lot of people a lot of things. What I think of the blue paint and JOK cosplay, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Because I have a problem with the analysis in general. Andrea has ASMR voice. Andrea speaks so softly into her microphone. It's very nice to hear. It's calming. And then until she gets really mad. And then she starts. But even then, she doesn't like yell mad. She just talks neutrally. And I appreciate that. Let's see. Let's get to where we need to get. And let's do this. Make sure that that's where it needs to be. And let's go ahead and get to testimony. So we are going backwards a little bit, folks. Just backwards a little bit. We're going to day 21 briefly, then day 22. I'll get you here. I'll get you there. Just gotta go with me a little bit, okay? So let's get to some of the testimony. Judd Welcher takes the stand.
The evidence given to the court and jury in the case now is very true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Thank you. You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr.
I didn't catch that. This very first question was, can I refer to my resume? Someone's got just, may I refer to my resume?
Brennan.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different materials.
All right, he does okay there. So he explains the background pretty well. Engaging with the jury, not disputing the fact he's an expert. He knows what the hell he's talking about. So let's get to some of his analysis in the case itself, right? So I'm going to go to some of the points that I just think are the key points. We're going to glance through them. I'm not going to fly through them. I know that people have recapped this already. I just want to highlight some of the overarching points. Let's see, timestamp. So just over. Does he really take this damn long to get to it? Wow. What the hell was he testifying to for so long? Oh, yeah, he testifies to a lot of background about doing the scans. So he does the scans. He relies on information that was provided by the CERT team. He basically is taking a look at everything that's given throughout the entire course of the investigation, which, again, it's what an accident reconstructionist does. He's focusing on key cycles 1162 and 1162-1 and determining how those key cycles are initiated, what takes place during those key cycles, talks about the Lexus itself increasing in speed.
What you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30%.
I'm seeing a lot of requests to lower slow mode. I'm gonna try it, guys. But if y'all start flying, the mods have the ability to turn it back on, okay? Let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 30 seconds. You don't have to say something every 30 seconds. 30 seconds is more than reasonable to kind of try and keep the chat fair to everybody.
Quick in time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerated pedal went above that 30%.
Okay.
That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data.
This part's important, folks. I can increase them to 1.5, but I'll tell you why I'm focused on this part. And it has to do with Trooper Paul and a speed question. So I want to be clear on what he's testifying to here, because a lot of people were confused by it, and he answers a question in cross-examination that seemed to be conflicting, or at least appeared to be conflicting. I don't know that it was.
That there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period, and then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stopped monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. and it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel inside Dr. Justin, please.
Okay, so let's see. That was one question. So this is getting to the selection of the 3-point turn. We talked about that with Burgess a bit. The one that I really wanted to, though, was the, let's see. $245.03. Okay. This one. So we have an explanation of the open and close of the throttle. So we have an understanding there. But I want to know how fast the vehicle was going when they're saying that it hit John O'Keefe. Also, cameraman, fail. Cameraman, fail. When the slide is up on the thing, I want to see the slide. I don't want to see the witness. I don't want to see going back and forth to the slide. I want to figure this out. Okay. So trigger event at 1162-2. The same key cycle as 1162-1. This is saying this 3-point turn. The ignition's been on for approximately 19 minutes and 2 seconds, 18 minutes, 57 seconds to 19 minutes and 7.5 seconds. Okay.
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after?
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here.
John, this point drove me nuts. And this drove me nuts with Trooper Paul. And I'm glad that you made this comment. I am surprised that there is not, with how advanced cars are right now, I am really surprised that this, where the ABS system or traction control system is not within the car a trigger. I'm very surprised about that. You would think that wheels slipping would be something that people, from a maintenance perspective, because remember, the triggering events for the info, not for this one, for the what's called the tech stream data, right, is for maintenance. And you would think that for maintenance purposes, you would want to know when the traction control is being engaged. It would have been helpful for them to answer that question one way or the other. They didn't. So there was a lot in there that we didn't get answers to, and we didn't get answers to them until today on some of these questions.
I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil
That's
pressure.
fair. Can't record everything.
We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But
Thank you, Dr. Welcher. Thank you, Dr. Welcher. Trooper Paul, you're an idiot. Thank you, Dr. Welcher. For those of you who don't remember the trial last year, the trial last year, Trooper Paul was focused so intently on the vehicle going 24 miles an hour. And I kept on asking the question. Over and over and over and over and over again. How does the Lexus record miles per hour? Is it based on distance traveled, or is it based on wheel rotation? Which one of these did they use to record that speed? And lo and behold, there it is. It's the wheels can be spinning around like crazy, and the vehicle's going to say, or the tech stream data is going to say it's going 24 miles an hour, but it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is going 24 miles an hour. So I wanted to get this. So hang on.
The accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep.
Move.
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a two-cycle event, different than the three-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know obviously they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during that event?
Yeah.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected.
Not my physics professor just yelling at me and saying speed and velocity are two different things. The dude was Russian too. It's like, speed and velocity are two different things. They are not same, speed and velocity.
For what you see down here is
RPMs.
And I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping?
Karate Cat Mom, yes. And thank you for clarifying this too. Black is the data. Blue are his extrapolations. Now he does show the math on how he gets the extrapolations, but blue are his interpretations. So black is the raw data, blue is the interpretations. So when Hank Brennan says, oh, this is the data, right? There's interpretations.
That means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometer data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval. Then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet.
34 feet.
Then you see it basically stops in this area here. Then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of?
Wait, okay. This also changes some of my thought process too. See, in my head, I'm thinking he had 87 feet to achieve the speed he achieved. 34 forward, 50 something back.
Of that Lexus?
So 80.
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the
feet.
data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, this is
How? But how? Does he ever explain this in
is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration.
Cameraman, I want to see the stupid slide. I hate you, cameraman. I hate you. I want to see the data he's talking about.
Is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire's spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculate the speeds or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles.
Cat Pass Crazy, if you can send me this slideshow, I will be so very happy. Send it to my email, lawandlumber@gmail.com. I want to see the stupid slide. I don't want to see his face explaining it. He's not even doing anything fun. He's staring at the slide. Mr. Cameraman or Miss Cameraman, he is staring at the slide. I don't need to see him staring at the slide. I need to see the slide because I can't understand the data unless I can see the damn data that he's explaining.
Miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have zero brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You
No,
can
I'm
move to
good.
the next.
That's not a question. This is
Similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January.
all right. I'm gonna try and track down the stupid slide. Where's the stupid slide? I need the slide. I need to see the actual freaking raw data. Because this is going to drive me insane. Judson Welcher, there it is. Okay, slide presentation. Sleuth the Goosey, thank you very much. Let's do this. Can I rotate that show? Okay. No, it's a PDF. I can download it and rotate it. Guys, all this is going to come courtesy of Sleuth the Goosey. I'm making sure to give attribution to the person who actually obtained it. I found a way to get it into our hands. Okay. Let me make sure I get to the slide I want to look at, so I can actually look at this data and try to figure out what the hell he's talking about. Why am I focused so much on this? Because this part of the trial, there's certain things that have always driven me a little bit crazy, right? The notion that the vehicle is going this speed, or that at the first trial they said the vehicle was going 24 miles an hour when the collision occurred, right? That didn't make sense to me. And it didn't make sense to me to such an extent that I actually went into a parking lot with my truck. I drive a Ram 1500, so I went into a parking lot with my truck. It was a completely empty parking lot, and it was actually a school parking lot, where they have those really big, long bus lanes, right? So I went into the school parking lot, really big, long bus lane, and I went to the end of it, and I threw my truck in reverse, and I slammed on the gas, and I mean slammed on the gas, to see if I could get up to 24 miles an hour. I got there on like the second try, but it scared the shit out of me. It scared the living hell out of me, because it was that level of speed. And by the way, the idea that I would be at that speed within 54 feet, you're out of your damn mind. You are out of your mind. Now, granted, my truck is, I don't know if it's heavier or lighter than the the Lexus, but it didn't make sense to me one way or the other. So I didn't understand when Trooper Paul took the stand and said that the vehicle was going 24 miles an hour. It didn't make sense to me, because I'm going, well, that doesn't make any sense, because how are they measuring the speed of the vehicle? Are they measuring it based on the tire rotation? Are they measuring it based on distance traveled and the accelerometer? How are they actually measuring the distance? Which slide was it? Because there's the pictures. Let's see. There it is. Okay. There you go. 1162.1. First exchange. Let's go to 1162.2. 1162.2. Yes, I expect Ian's joining later. Probably join later. 1162.2. Okay, so we've got here's the reverse changeover. Let's zoom in. Zoomy, zoomy, zoom. There's the miles per hour. That's an extrapolated number, vehicle speed. But that's just literally translating over from kilometers per hour. I guess the Lexus, oh yeah, you get it, makes sense. Japanese car would be in kilometers and not miles. Okay, foot per second. So there's the 23.61 RPMs. That, by the way, that's an accomplishment in reverse. 3,500 RPMs in reverse, that's an accomplishment. Percentage on the accelerator open ratio, 74% open on the accelerator. Now, the thing is, I don't have any basis to doubt this, to doubt the raw data figures. I'm just trying to understand the translation in my head of how this works, because for me, you can tell me until you're blue in the face how the math works, but the practical part of me is going to have a very difficult to comprehend how this happens. That's a contention that was made in the first trial. I don't know if it's being made here as far as whether they're using the wrong text stream cycle or not. Okay, so we've got feet per second traveled, longitudinal G sensor. So that is what he's calculating he's using this to help adjust. So he is trying to get he's still saying the vehicle is going at the end of the text stream event 23.916 miles per hour. Distance traveled in the last interval. Total distance traveled 87 feet. But that's when you get back that 34. So 53 feet in reverse. How do you get there? So it's not even that she had 87 feet. She had 53. 53 feet to get up to 23 miles per hour. For those of you who don't know what 23 miles per hour like is and how it feels like going in reverse, one, don't try it if you're not comfortable doing it. I was so panicked doing it that I try to keep my eyes on the speedometer, but once I got above about 15, I had to focus entirely on reversing, which is when I repositioned the car and then redid it again and focused on the speedometer and very light hands on the steering wheel, try to just maintain a straight line. Not the easiest thing in the world. And then slammed the gas and was able to get to 24 miles an hour, but it wasn't in 53 feet. I can tell you that for sure. And if it's going that fast at the end, can we break this down a little further? Okay. What you have here, accelerator open. So basically this is the throttle. This is basically like gas going to the engine, converting the engine into additional higher RPMs, right? So the RPMs start climbing after the pedal. So you slam on the pedal and you know how there's a lag between you hear the engine rev, right? That's the lag. 700 RPMs, that's not that high. Honestly, 600 is probably about the idle after a warmed up engine. Yeah, that's fine. So 700, then it climbs to 1400 within almost a millisecond. I mean, it's like 1 second after it's at 1400 RPM, which is fine. I mean, that assumes that you've essentially stepped on it. 1700, 1600, 1400. So the RPMs have adjusted. There's probably, nope, reverse is going to be a single gear. So it's going to be a single geared system. So it's not going to actually switch between gears. So did she come down off the accelerator? Yeah, she must have. Looks like there's a 63.5 open, then a 59 open. And there's the lag, the 1400. So she gets it up to 74% open about, what's that? 5 seconds in? 6 seconds in? So the accelerator's not even at 74% open at the immediate. She's pressing the gas, slamming the gas, and really slamming it kind of here. And even then, it's not really slamming it to the floor, but it's getting it pretty damn close. And then he's doing a calculation. So this is just the raw data from the vehicle speed. The vehicle speed is reporting back to him. And he does this adjustment. So the vehicle speed is reporting 23.61 miles per hour, which this is based on the speedometer. This is what the vehicle speed is reporting as, that was the red flag to everyone, right? 23 miles an hour. How does that make sense? See, Patty P, thank you. Yeah, I would estimate probably 7,000 pounds, but it's also got a hell of an engine and a lot of torque. So I would imagine I can probably get it up pretty. I'm not going to finish the rest of that sentence because chat's going to be chat. So 24 miles an hour, which is based on the speedometer reading. Now, when Trooper Paul did that testimony last year, I'm going, you're out of your mind. There's no way. How are you measuring that speed? If you're taking it directly off of the miles per hour being read by the car, that doesn't make any sense. Unless, well, at least you didn't explain it. Trooper Paul didn't explain how he got there. Right? Didn't explain whether it was coming from just the MPH and how that MPH was being tracked, whether it was a sensor within the wheel. And we looked it up last year and said, yeah, the Lexus has the sensor in the wheel. That's how it reports the MPH. So I discredited that testimony because I couldn't see how the MPH would get to 23 miles an hour in snow without slipping substantially. Well, I saw that the wheel could be spinning 24, but I couldn't see how the vehicle would be going 24. So I wanted to know, how do we get there? So then Dr. Welcher actually goes further. He actually looks at the longitudinal sensor. So he looks at the G sensor, which is basically is calculating the force that the vehicle is being put under, the pressure the vehicle is being put under in order to propel itself forward. The forces of gravity, right? Imagine, you ever see the movies when you slam on the gas, or not even the movies, you slam on the gas, you feel your body pushed back into the seat. There's a sensor that measures that. So you're trying to gauge how fast the vehicle is actually going and comparing it against that sensor, the G's of force that the vehicle is feeling at that point in time. Autodoc, if the Lexus had a 5.7 V8, that's pretty close to my truck. All right. So he's using this. So what he did was he basically said, I'm not, Dr. Welcher testifies. He goes, I'm not taking the miles per hour at face value. So instead of taking it at face value, what he does is he actually goes over here and he tests, but where is the distance traveled? Based on the acceleration. Okay, so he translates the G sensor load to acceleration and then uses the acceleration times the time to get the total for the speed. And he says the vehicle gets up to 23.916 miles an hour. If that's what he says, that's what he says. Look at the distance traveled within that last second, by the way. It goes from 36 feet to 53 feet. I mean, you can see the acceleration, right? So the vehicle is going, it has come back from the 34 feet, right? So it's back here to 0. And when it starts going, and you can see to depress the acceleration moves the vehicle under a foot, still under a foot. Then we're at a foot within the first, what is that, half a second or so. Then he gets to 2 feet, 3 feet, 8 feet, and then you start getting these jumps of 15 feet, which makes sense. If you have the vehicle going that speed, it makes sense that it's going that far. All the way till you get to this 53 total feet traveled in reverse. But I still don't know how you get it to 23 miles an hour in reverse and for 53 feet. Oh yeah, I purged 10. I don't disagree. There's no way I'm making that. I'm attempting that where that curve is, and there's no fucking way. I'm telling you, I tried doing it in a parking lot, completely empty, and I couldn't do it. So that's why I'm struggling with this testimony. You can tell me till you're blue in the face. You can explain it to me that way. But if I can't reconcile that in my simpleton brain, then I'm going to have trouble with it. And this was something I also thought about Henry too. If Karen's drunk, she might not think twice about it. So that's where I'm having difficulty. Also, if she is going, let's say that she's going 23 miles an hour in reverse. She's traveled 53 feet, and per Judd Welcher, she is still traveling at that rate of speed when the tech stream data stops. All right, so there's arguably still a level of speed that is either increasing acceleration, or let's say that hypothetically she takes her foot completely off the accelerator and starts applying the brake at that speed. There's still a significant amount of carryover, right? So she's still going to go how many more feet until she can decel the vehicle back down to 0? Got to figure, double the amount of space. So call it 150 feet. Because I can tell you, if you're going in reverse and you're going 23 miles an hour in reverse, 53 feet, and it takes you 53 feet to get there, and you're in the snow, and let's say that per Judd Welcher, I mean, she's still at 74% open throttle. So even if she steps it down and takes her foot completely off the gas, that rate of deceleration is going to carry her quite a ways. How much space did she have to travel? Could she have gone 150 feet? Would that have been feasible from where she was? It's possible. I don't know. I don't know.
January, before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12, 12, 36, plus the 19 7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2.
Best gun losing detective. Welcher said 87 feet in reverse. Is there still enough street? I don't think it was 87 feet in reverse. If you go back, you go back to the data. And I think this has been a misstatement. And this is one of the parts I think that's confusing a lot of people. And I don't think, and this is the problem with the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth's case has not cleared this up. And I actually think it might be intentional that they haven't cleared it up. If you look at the data, right? So Welcher testifies that the vehicle travels from the beginning of the tech stream event, right? So they have to go before it and after it. So beginning of the tech stream event, the vehicle travels 34 feet forward, right? So it drives forward 34 feet. So it has traveled forward 34 feet, and then it drives in reverse. It drives in reverse a total of 53 feet. And that he uses that forward travel and the reverse travel in combination to get you to the 87. So she only backed up during this tech stream event 53 feet. So, and I think that's the issue with the Commonwealth. I think the Commonwealth wants it to be 87 feet because if it's 87 feet, it makes more sense. If you're telling me it's 87 feet and you're telling me 23 miles an hour, maybe I can get there. But if you're telling me 54 feet, 23 miles an hour, I'm having a great deal of trouble understanding that. And yes, I know that a wild Ian has appeared outside in his hammock, possibly with a beverage stand. But it looks rather sunny out there.
3.
That 123143, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 1232.04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 1232.04 and 1232.12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 1230.
I love that reconcile. Ian, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. So you're just observing comfortably. Ian, people would like a Potter update just to make sure he is alive and well.
Potter, come here. Oh, yeah. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Well, he is on the lookout for sky raisins right now. He is that is an important Potter task. But so I took him to the vet. The vet was not cheap. They did a bunch of blood work. All sorts of things. And then Potter came home and ate a full dinner like it was like it was no big thing. And I'm like, so really the main thing, Potter, that he needed was apparently for me to just spend money on it. That's what he was missing.
He just wanted that good old fashioned time and attention.
Maybe.
That's
so,
what he wanted.
Somebody says, "What's a sky raisin?" A fly.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. The good old fashioned attention.
And Zora's over there.
I am trying to do the difficult task of comprehending Judd Welcher's testimony. Here's the problem I have with it. If I'm a juror and I'm a lazy juror who says, "Dear Mr. or Ms. Expert, please speak to me and please tell me what the number is." Fine. But let's say that I'm a juror on that jury who's an engineer or who likes cars. And you give me that explanation, this 30,000 foot view of an explanation that doesn't get down into the weeds and actually explain how you get the fucking numbers you do. I'm going to have a problem with it.
Yeah, if they've got like a computer science or engineer or anything like that, then they might be in some trouble. What do you do?
Oh, is that a clarification? So he goes, okay, so let me look at that data again. So he says that they say that the vehicle goes 34 feet forward. Relative to start. No. Yo, I'm going to fight you on this. I don't know that this here's the problem that I'm having, right? If I'm having trouble understanding this,
shouldn't their expert be a little clearer than that?
There's going to be a problem. If I'm having trouble understanding, I'm not wrong here. I get the 87 feet. how did I didn't remove Ian. Oh, I did remove Ian. Ian did not move.
I don't have the ability to remove myself because I'm on my cell phone via hammock cam.
Okay, let me put it this way. If Welcher said 87 feet in reverse, then someone needs to take a look at this slide and explain it to me like I'm 5, how that makes sense. Relative to the start, right? So 0, this is total feet traveled relative to start, which means that we are now going forward and backwards, right? So relative to start. So we go up 34 feet. So there you are. You're at 34 feet going forward. Then she hits it into reverse. And you start subtracting from that 34 feet going forward. Subtracting from that 34 feet, then 33 feet, 32 feet, 30 feet. So now she's taking back that distance. Taking back that distance that she originally traveled forward until she gets here, about the equilibrium. Almost, what do you call that? About 80% through the text stream event recording system. So she has recovered the 34 feet that she has originally traveled in reverse. And then she adds on to it another. Oh, is it 53? It's this number, the 53. Okay, so she adds on to that the 53. No, she adds on to that 53. So she's recovered the 34 back down until she hits the 0 mark, and then she goes 53 feet. Okay, so she did go 87 in reverse. 34 of which she had already established by going forward. So she gave herself a 34-foot cushion, backs up, consumes that 34 feet, and then goes for another 53. All right, that makes sense. So from the relative point of 0, when you hit the reverse, then she's 87 feet. 87 feet is something I can accomplish. There we go. I just needed to see the chart again. Just needed to see the chart again. I'll tell you, I'm not going to fight every issue. I'll fight a lot of them. I'm going to make you explain it to me like I'm 5. But experts are supposed to be good at this.
I mean, the thing is, you could walk out of an expert testimony with a clear and unequivocal understanding of exactly what the expert said and why. And you may not have to agree with it, but, you should. The expert should be understandable.
Correct. Let me put it this way. How did she miss Higgins' Jeep? For all intents and purposes for the jury, Higgins' Jeep is not there. The jury has no understanding that there's a Jeep there. There's no testimony that there's a Jeep there. There's no indication there's a Jeep there. The jury
does ask him on cross about
in cross. They do. But there's no affirmative testimony that the Jeep was viewed or seen there during that time. Right? Even the other people said. Who said it was there? Jen said it was there in the trial. What time though? And then how? Then I'm gonna have to. People are gonna have to math. This is gonna be a hell of a case to try and summarize. I'll accept your statement that Jen said it. I'll
Dr.
accept
Welcher, when
it.
we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35?
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in. We can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you
So that was what I remembered. He didn't.
a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is fair to say? Is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5, and then back to 74, why is the RPM higher than above?
So
Wheels
there's,
are spinning.
again, the data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're recording it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward, and then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor,
Is he saying that's what 24 miles an hour looks like? Okay.
you say it came to rest there. Do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going.
God, I hate this courtroom.
It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward.
Okay.
This guy is the worst.
And then it'll go
person
10,
ever.
20, 30, 40, 53 back.
You know what's odd about this is that there are certain instances, right, where you can tell someone right to their face that something is or was mathematically observed in a specific day, right? It might be 100% true, but it is just so hard to believe it. And you can get a jury that just says, "Nah, I'm not buying that." And I don't know if that's where they are. All right. So the next part that I thought, so he had two types of analysis, right? So this analysis on the vehicle data. Kudos to you, Dr. Welcher. You explained it better than Trooper Paul. It wasn't hard. A houseplant could have done that as well.
I mean, Potter has already explained things better than Trooper Paul.
Yeah.
Potter, what you
Potter.
doing?
Yeah, there you go. But that was a better explanation of the data. It took him forever to do it, but it was a better explanation of the data. I didn't hate it. That's not bad direct. That's pretty good. Takes you a while to get there. There's probably a better way of showing it, probably a better way of explaining it, but he got the data in.
What you doing, pup? What
That
you
part
doing?
of the testing at least seemed a lot more logical. You know, I can dig math. Math any time of the day. No problem. Give it to me. I hate doing it. I'm not great at it. But then we get here. And yeah, I have to talk about it. I have to. Because this part of his experiment could not
Are you
have...
talking about Blue Man Group?
I'm talking about Blue Man Group. And I'm doing this, and then I'm quickly going to go... I'm not going to play too much of Bob Alessi's Cross, because holy crap, that hurt my soul listening to it, because it was dragging a witness, kicking and screaming over the finish line.
Oh,
But
and when he doesn't want to answer a question, he gets like super, super pedantic. as his
Yeah.
dog, and it's just so obnoxious.
It's not appealing. Some people. This was when I went to. Oh, I'll make a comment about that later.
with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022.
That impact.
Oh, speaking of which, is Mischief in the chat? No. I have half a mind to ask Mischief to drive in reverse at 8 miles an hour and hit my elbow.
No.
What if I ask you to drive 8 miles an hour and I like suspend a 16-pound lacrosse like weighted thing?
Maybe.
It's 8 miles an hour.
Doesn't he do 2 miles an hour?
Honey, will you hit me with a car going 8 miles an hour? You sure? What if I signed a lot of waivers?
There's no level of waivers that would cover that, Rob, and you know it.
Well, it's worth a shot.
Did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at scene, physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay. And when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105, yes, sorry. Slide 105, this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand.
Thank you for the reminder.
So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm, and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background.
Okay, maybe he's got me on the shoe argument. Like maybe, right? Maybe. Maybe because the height would matter a little bit, but the same jeans, the same shirt, the same brand of shirt, the same. Really?
We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same.
Bro, just put on a hoodie. Just put on a hoodie. The hat part.
Kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to
creepy
look
AF.
at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply
Except it doesn't.
standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards, or actually sideways, into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear taillight with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear taillight. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight.
We're on this stupid thing again.
And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus.
You know what? Hang on. This has to be played at real speed. I just realized this at 1.5. I actually have to see this at real speed. Sorry, guys.
With my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear taillight. So then what you see is
Where are the broken ribs and the dislocated shoulder?
And where, like, you see how he sort of
And the hip.
intentionally inks his hand, like his arm, in the right pattern.
And where's the hip? 'Cause
And
you
also,
see, in order for him to hit this bumper, look, in order for him to hit this bumper,
in order to get the
or not
scratch
bumper, in order
marks
for him to hit the
all with
light,
the
hang on.
same linearity that they have,
Oh, I know
his
that
arm
that
has
part.
to be extended.
Hang
Like
on,
it
I'm
has
not
to
there
be.
yet. I'm not there yet. We're not there yet. We're right
I'm
now.
there yet.
I know you're there yet
And I'm
because
in
I
a
can see.
hammock.
But doesn't he
I
zoom
can't
in on
move
the
fast.
arm?
I'm in a hammock.
I'm
And
there
I'm already there yet.
right now. I'm just trying to understand, physically speaking. So look in the top left corner. You see where his leg is. So there's the bumper, right? So in order for it to make contact with the arm, with at this angle, then he's got to be pretty much straight up and down. Okay, which means that the bumper is making initial contact with his leg first before it hits the arm.
sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like.
Okay. Then I go back to my original point. In order for it to hit your arm there, based on what you just did, I would expect to see, let me see, can you guys see my mouse? I would expect to see a shitload of bruising here, up here, a dislocated shoulder. I would expect to see on the hip significant bruising there. I would expect to see broken ribs all here, just earthing broken, 23 miles an hour, yeah. And then
I mean, this guy may be an
your
expert. He may
leg-
be very well educated, but he's still gristle from the neck up.
your leg, if you're telling me the bumper hit your leg there, you've got to be kidding me. If it's not breaking your leg, that thing is black and blue.
Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear taillight. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just
Also
kind of me
notice the-
walking slowly sideways into it.
Go.
Notice the direction he has to be moving in order for this to happen,
Yes.
which is that he has to be going across the street to the house nobody was going to.
No, I didn't buy that part. So let me give you an let's say hypothetically speaking, because if you believe that Karen Reed parked and that the Albert House is back here to over my right hand shoulder, right?
Mhm.
If John gets out of the car and then starts walking along the road back to the driveway, like he's walking along the road back to the driveway to go
How
up
does
to
he
the
walk
house.
along the road, though? He gets out of the car.
Hypothetically speaking,
How, though? Like,
if
how
he
does this...
gets out of the car, He turns right. He walks down the passenger side of the vehicle, and he's walking directly backwards from the car, walking straight directly back from the car. He hears the wheels spinning, or he hears the accelerator, and in the process of hearing the accelerator, he turns to face the vehicle going, what the hell's happening? And as he's turning, that's when he gets hit. That is, in my head, the way that this plays out under the Commonwealth theory.
I mean, the way it looks under their theory is that she pulls up next to the curb there. He gets out and he's going to be walking on the grass. Like he's going to be on the lawn. He's not going to be, and he would have had to walk out and then back around into the path of the vehicle.
It's a tough one. But here, I'll get back to my final point when we finish with
would you not
this.
just go in a direct line from the vehicle directly towards the door?
I don't know. Maybe he liked his new kicks. He didn't want the shoes to get muddy or dirty, and he wanted to walk on the pavement and not walk across the grass.
I don't know. There's a lot of miracles in this particular story.
Well, but this is what gets me to kind of the final point with this one. Let's watch the rest of this little test or whatever it's called.
The approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe.
Also, the only way that I buy lacerations occurred as a result of the taillight is if the taillight itself was already broken in such a manner that there were jagged edges. And at that point in time, I would expect a hell of a lot more than a single piece of DNA transfer. I would expect tissue.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect like literal chunks of meat in there.
O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So
Yeah, right. Sure.
we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, we just
this part.
arm is at
Or an exact speed or an exact body position. Are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started.
What work did you do to confirm it? That's my question.
We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional.
Say that again.
The problem is that's all he does. Is just confirms his theory as opposed to trying to disprove it.
That is the overarching feeling I got from him the entire time. And the most ridiculous thing that I had seen was the end of Alessi's cross, where he literally looks at everyone, the jury, right in the face and says, no, I started with the hypothesis that Karen Reed's vehicle did not hit him. And I'm looking at him, I'm doing, dude, every experiment you did, every single experiment you did was not to disprove. I mean, not to, you got to be kidding me. You bent over backwards to try and demonstrate the random awkward ways that this possibly could have happened, and then sell it to me as though this is the only, there's no other reasonable alternative to this.
Yeah. Also, I saw somebody saying, why is why is Runkle in a hammock? Well, because right there is a lilac tree. Above that is, I don't know what the tree is, but it's a tree. There are birds, there are squirrels. I got Potter watching me from over there. It's pretty much the perfect place to be right now. Got to be in a hammock if you can.
I'm so confused.
Before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide.
I love that there's no questions. Like during half of his presentation, there's just no questions. It's just, he's just presenting his slides. Hank Brennan, I believe entirely that Hank Brennan is a very capable litigator in terms of asking cross-examination questions. But in terms of handling experts, I would have preferred Lolly, because Lolly at least seemed to have some comprehension of the actual expert information. Hank just doesn't seem to grasp the fundamental materials. He doesn't seem to understand what he's talking about, which makes it impossible for him to ask questions.
He doesn't care.
Proper.
Thing. He just is like, you know, are you going to present evidence that'll help convict? Cool. I don't need to actually understand it. Just go. Because he doesn't actually have the sort of any interest in determining what's right or not. He just wants to go ahead and try to convict.
Let's see this last little test.
At 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight.
Where was that? That looks like interesting scuffing. I would have expected to see that when I first played this. Remember this timestamp real quick.
Also, we're expecting, like, we have this notion that apparently his jeans scuff the car. And I look at my pants and I look at my car and I just try to imagine the amount of force it would take for my pants to scuff the car that somehow does not bruise me.
Yeah. I want to see this because he says there's the transfer. There's the striations on the paint showing the contact. And I'm going, wait, where was that when you first did the rotation? Oh, I guess that they're there. I see them.
Hey, Brandy. I can't see the chat nearly as well as I usually can from this angle, but yeah.
Walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2.
And you can see him roll his arm. You can see him roll his freaking arm.
And move away from it. Yeah, I know.
Like he's doing it on purpose.
This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
So this part's funny to me. Hang on. And I mean funny so here's a 2-mile-an-hour impact. 2 miles an hour. 2 miles an hour. Think about this. We're just process this mentally.
Yes.
That was 2 miles an hour. What does that look like at 24?
I don't know.
Telling
Let's find out.
At 2
Welcher,
miles
get back
an
there.
hour. Well, that's what I mean. You're telling me at 2 miles an hour. Yes, that makes sense to me. 2 miles an hour, that 6,000-pound vehicle, I completely anticipate that 6,000-pound vehicle is going to deflect your body at 2 miles an hour. It's probably not going to
be a
leave
very
many
different
bruises.
impact at 24 miles an hour.
At 24 miles an hour, that thing is, you've got to be kidding me. If that is, if he, this is the part that really bothers the hell out of me, right? So let's say
and here's
that
the
all
other
of this
thing.
lines up. Because with his theory, let me just finish this one sentence. With his theory, John O'Keefe's arm has to be positioned in this right angle, right?
Yeah.
Right angle position of the arm. And with his theory, his arm has to be essentially facing up and down. Like his bicep has to be facing up and down, which means that the majority of his body is directly behind his arm in relation to where the vehicle is striking it, right? So the majority of his body is right behind the arm. And then his leg, regardless of whether he's taking a step or not, but in order for this to line up the way that they want it to be, he's got to have his right leg out because that's where the scraping is, right? So you're telling me that a vehicle going 24 miles an hour, making an impact, right? Let me slow this down. Am I saying I buy a conspiracy theory? No, I'm not saying any of that.
But the
I'm saying that
scratches-
a lot of this doesn't make fucking sense.
like if he's got his arm like that, the scratches have to go this way on his arm, right? From
if
elbow
if-
to wrist.
if this vehicle strikes him, right? So watch this point of impact.
I
If
did the
that
same thing.
vehicle is going 24 miles an hour. Look at that. That's the point of impact, right? If that vehicle is going 24 miles an hour, look where his center of mass is. Look where his body is. You're telling me that the human body is going to magically roll off of the side of that and not experience significant traumatic internal injuries?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me if you put a crash test dummy in that position and hit it at 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a very different collision, and it's going to show broken leg, broken arm, broken everything, you know, blood everywhere. You know,
Well, and he tries to hedge his bets on his expert opinion. His expert opinion at the end of the day is that if the vehicle is traveling at 8 miles an hour, anything above 8 miles an hour would be sufficient to break the taillight. So he's hedging his bets. He's saying, okay, so maybe they can prove the vehicle is not actually going 24 miles an hour. Fine, but if it's assuming 8 miles an hour, 8 miles an hour? Honey, if you hit me with a car going 8 miles an hour, I'd have more injuries than this. I mean, but if this vehicle is going 24 and hits him like this, if this is the point of contact, and you're somehow telling me that the injuries he sustained is what we observed in the autopsy report, I'm sorry. I'm
craving fries.
That's where I wanted to leave that one. Now, then he goes and he does something really stupid. And we actually get into the next day when he does it, I think. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't begin with Bob Alessi, does it? No.
I like how many
Isn't it
people are entirely down with the with the hammock cam.
Oh, people love the hammock. The way that he testifies to the
compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact, is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car.
Y'all, this is our relationship as friends. Lori Leanne, Baha, random, Ian, I'm craving fries. Rob just keeps talking. Yeah, welcome to our friendship. Just
Absolutely.
Enjoy the ride. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen regardless of whose stream we're on. It doesn't matter.
That car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you're going to have a glancing hit, and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car, and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go.
Bro, what force does the mirror experience? That's the part that he goes, you can be driving 100 miles an hour and you'll hit a mirror of a parked car, a stationary car, and it'll break the mirror off. He's trying to rationalize that as being something logical, like, oh my gosh, there's less force involved on hitting the mirror. No, what force did that mirror take? Yes, you didn't hit the body of the car because you didn't hit the center mass of the vehicle. I understand that. But my God, the level of force that mirror took when you were going 100 miles an hour, even at a glance, it's not inconsequential, sir. That's
From 100 to 0 instantaneously, you're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer.
and you get it one way or the other. A non-mouse, that's right. If it transferred enough energy to explode the taillight, there'd be broken bones. I don't understand it. You're saying it transferred enough energy to break the taillight, but it didn't transfer enough energy to cause the damage that it did to the body.
None of this makes any sense to me. And I mean, maybe this guy in his asymmetrical beard is just smarter than me, but
Don't. You could be the smartest human in the world, but when you're telling me this and you're trying to make me understand it, and it's your job to make me understand it, not just understand it, but to believe you along with it. Also, he gets to this part, which I thought was, look, we're going to give an example of a prior case where there's another sideswipe impact. And my gosh, the person didn't have broken bones. You know what the person did have? All of the other injuries. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't give you a warning on that one. They had all of the other fucking injuries.
and the regular injuries.
I know. They had fucking and regular. I don't know if they had fucking injuries or not. I don't know if they had fucking injuries or not. There's all the bruising, the hemorrhaging. Right posterior ribs broken. Liver laceration. Wide artery vascular injury. Right knee. Multiple abrasions. Right knee. Right knee. Look at the size of these abrasions too. I mean, these are not scuffs. Lower back red. 12.5 inches by 6.5. That's just sliding across the road. All of these injuries. The right ankle. Yeah, if you're bending the ankle and the leg in a way it's not supposed to be. This does not help their case. It did not help their case. Let me pull this up because I'm going to pull up a couple of these super chats while I'm sitting on this point just for a second. Because take a look at the injuries themselves. You gotta be kidding me. Discworld Edge Witch. I wish I were a fly on the wall when the Crash Daddies first got their hands on this report. How much do you think they clowned on this? I don't know. I bet in their head they're going, how did he get there? And that's actually where I'm left at the end of his testimony. How did you get there? Mavia, thank you. I've been hit by a car going 6 miles an hour. If you're not expecting it, it really messes you up. It does. Shay B, thank you. Very generous. My husband was hit on his motorcycle at 35 miles an hour. 45 breaks, including shattering 11 ribs and broken femur. My word. A hit directly at 24 miles an hour would be devastating. 24 miles an hour is fast. It is not slow. Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist. Oh boy, Mythbusters just hasn't been the same since Adam and Jamie left. I agree. Stephanie Anthony.
I am taking this act on the road.
Okay, fair.
Because I need fries. So
Good
camera's off because otherwise it'll be nausea cam.
Fair. Stephanie Anthony, JOK was fine, but found by the flagpole. Did she drive up next door neighbor's house? He wasn't found by the driveway. The distance doesn't make sense. The distance where the body was found, he doesn't really do a good job of explaining that, how the body is propelled from wherever it's standing to that distance without tire tracks in the damn dirt. Mispronounced name. Momentum contains a speed squared, so 12 times as fast as 144 times as hard. His arm would be destroyed. I'm going to take your word for it, but it sounds right to me. Lone Star Living, bumper hits leg, fall and get ran over in the street. Depending on the speed, 24 miles an hour might not drag you. It might actually project you, but it would break something along the way. Wit Lover, thank you. Why didn't anyone point out to Welcher that people of similar total height can easily have different leg and torso dimensions, making his test invalid? I don't know. That's a very interesting point. It's very
Because then he'd be like, but I have the shoes and I have his hat. Please let me wear his hat in court, Judge.
Oh my God. I didn't play that for a reason. That was so upsetting. I was like, what the hell is that? Mrs. Disorder. Ian, can we paint Zora blue for a test for science? No.
No, we cannot.
Painting Zora blue. Sarah asked, I meant Karen in my previous super chat. And hang on. Sarah asked me to point this out. Sarah asked his previous super chat. Hear me out. And this is where I'm saying Karen backs up. John O'Keefe throws a glass of taillight. She gets out and slashes at him with something sharp. He blocks with his arm. Then she punches him in the face and he falls back, hitting his head. Sarah, there's a whole lot that has to happen there that we don't have evidence of. I mean, that is a lot that we would have to assume. Caitlin, shoot, I was hit by a car in a similar temperature and speed in 2014. My hip and leg was basically black and purple within 2 hours. He didn't die right away, so it would have had time to bruise, even without broken bones. There would have been, and they even said that there was light bruising that you saw that they're trying to attribute to the accident. So you don't get it both ways. You don't get light bruising and then, oh, he didn't bruise because magically he didn't bruise here. Lee Quiroz, Quiroz, I'm sorry, was the bruising on his upper arm or forearm. There was very little bruising at all. There was bruising around the marks. Which different things can be said about that too. Apocalypse DOA, DNA tissue shredded sleeve of hoodie, not just holes. Oh yeah, as far as what you would find on the taillight, there should be shreds of the fabric.
Oh, it should have ripped pieces off.
Katie Hewling, off work and finally watching FNF. Should I sew the Tiny Doll shirt or the Tiny Doll skirt? Morgan, car versus pedestrian always results in leg injuries. Not always, but
Always.
lot.
I mean, unless
Bailey,
it's something like you were bending over and it smoked you right in the...
It'd be weird to not have leg injuries.
It
Bailey,
was.
clarification at Karen Reed's parents' house. You mean the 1162 times the timestamp? It's possible. It's possible. Just because, wait, Robs, you didn't enjoy Blue's Clues? I hated it. That experiment told me one thing, and it was that he was looking for a way to confirm how this could have happened. And when you are looking for a way to confirm how this could have happened instead of trying to test reasonable hypotheses, I mean, what I'm saying is if he was looking for a way to confirm that this happened consistent with the Commonwealth's narrative. That was very clearly the aim of his testing because of how awkward that testing had to be set up to get to the end result. Need a megapint. I'm all about the hammock cam and the fact that it's almost June and it's 110 degrees here in Vegas and Runkle is in a blanket. You just got to move 1,000 or 2,000 miles north of there.
It's a little cooler in the evening.
I would say it probably is. Odin's Martyr, thank you. I believe Welcher is ineffective arguing that the speed wasn't the 24 miles an hour, but the speed the Lexus was going when it backed past the starting point. I don't know what he's told me in some. There's going to have to be a whole lot of summary, and I don't think that the jury's following. I don't know that the jury's following or not. Adrian Angevine, oh my God, I left to go deal with an emergency and come back and see what looked like Runkle in a coffin. Don't scare me like that. Not cool, Mr. Runkle. It's not a coffin. It was
a hammock. And it's lovely.
Sui generis. However they explained it, nothing explains the arm. I don't understand. Listen to Rob, zoom screen to Ian and dogs. Thank you, Katri. Bailey, I've looked at both trials, and the biggest thing that I can't get past is no one took a picture of the taillight. The whole case hangs on the taillight. Very frustrating. Geraldine Friedrich, the jury shouldn't have to think this hard to figure out what happened. No explanation of how the taillight broke and caused the wounds on his arm. If I'm sitting here parsing this information and trying to make things reconcile in my head that do not seem to reconcile, I am guaranteeing there's probably one person on the jury at least that's doing the same. Shaby, thank you very much. So glad Potter is good. Very generous of you. Very generous of you. Also need to highlight this.
Potter's not just good. He's a very good boy.
50 gifted memberships. And then another 50 gifted memberships. Now, I don't have a doggy swoop per se.
You should get one.
Wait. Just wait. But I do have evidence of doggo.
I now have stuff to make a lynx swoop.
That's fun. Do we want to see doggo being goodest boy?
Of course we do. Do you have to ask?
Hang on. We can see doggo being goodest boy. And we're seeing doggo being goodest boy because Shay B and that very, very generous contribution to the memberships.
Oh, I can smell the grease.
Doggo being good boy. Look at this boy. Boop. That, by the way, that thing hitting your leg when he's running around causes more damage than than we saw on John O'Keefe's leg. He's a big boy. He's no longer a little puppy anymore. He's a big boy.
You are
He
a troublemaker.
He gallops. He's just this big old gallop. Go ahead, it's a boy. No. It's the face. It's the faces. It's always the faces that make me so happy. There's goodest boy. There's Leo being Leo and having fun. All right. Now, back to playing a little bit of catch up. Brianna Ruffino, almost done building my Lego board. My Lego Bardu Lord of the Rings set. Also, my choir performed with Alex Warren at the AMAs this week. Congratulations. That's cool. This and Karen Reed has kept me not bored. Haha. I imagine. For the kids, Rob, as a mentor to newbies, we've come a long way. I'd love being a mentor. It's fun. Kim Chi, #1 forensic bumper painter in Canton. Thank you for gifting a membership. Jennifer Coots. G, how hasn't there been a recall or lawsuit right now explaining these exploding taillights that are apparently able to kill a grown man on contact? Haha. It would be funny if it wasn't the case, the Commonwealth's entire case. Amy Griff, I've seen a car that was parked when a kid on a bike ran into it. The kid had some major injuries, including a broken jaw, 4,000 damage to the car. You're not kidding. For anyone who's seen these incidents or vehicle strikes when it strikes a pedestrian, this does not make sense. Mandalore Wise, thank you. Former armored buddy of mine witnessed a 23-year-old man run into a car going 100 miles an hour on his motorcycle. Holy smokes. In a 34-mile-an-hour road this week. Wow. Girl's going to need therapy, life lesson, play stupid games, etc. That is, prayers go out for everyone involved in that. Meatball's mama, I hit a deer going 30-ish miles per hour. The blood on my car hood looked like a horror movie. Where's the blood on Karen's SUV? There's no way I don't understand 24 miles an hour. Brennan's an inverted anus. That's a very interesting name. Thank you for the super chat. Best gun losing detective. Where's the curve on the slide? I don't know. Kelly B, I want to know how going 24 miles an hour backwards in the dark on a hill on a curve with some snow falling and drunk, and she was not in the middle of someone's yard. Don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answers to these questions. I do not know the answers to these questions. I wish I did. If I had answers to these questions, I would answer these questions. Tora Eyes, Rob, when you have time to take it, there's a divorce case out of Nevada, McDonald versus McDonald. It's crazy. Natalie did a video 4 years ago. I think you'd enjoy it. McDonald versus McDonald. Hang on, let me write that down so I don't forget. McDonald versus McDonald, Nevada. McDonald, Nevada divorce. I shall see what I can see. Nick Starrow, Professor Wang has gotten married to Karen Kerr. They will not combine their last names. Wang Kerr. Pretty good. Thanks, Nick. Good to see you. Opposite of Nisha. Thank you very much. I'd love to one day find out that they had the times all wrong. And what she was actually doing was having fun whipping shitties in the snow with John O'Keefe. It'd be interesting just because I forgot all of this was supposed to basically be immediate as well. Shay B, we're going to go green. You have contributed so much to this channel. Thank you, Shay B. Very, 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 very kind and generous of you. Val Ebley, what's the distance in front of 34 Fairview? 54 to 75 feet is a substantial distance. It is, and I don't think that yard is that big. Red, not blue in the face. Rob, say blue on the arm. Blue on the arm. Frustrating. The virtual juror, he said 34 foot backwards, then back to where it was in 54. Listen again because he says from original spot, then 50 further back. Figured it out. Took me a minute. Had to go back through and find it myself. I did figure it out. Best gun losing detective, same thing, same comment. Thank you very much for drawing my attention to that. Sensationally social with Beth. Mel Little showed Be in Trouble 31, a YouTube video explains data. Be in Trouble explains data and flaws in the doctor's analysis. I'll have to check that out at some point in time. PJ Wolf, Weimer's glad I'm here. Glad you're here too. Sarah S. Are my earlier theory, it makes more sense than a moving vehicle accident. It might. I've tried to make his injuries fit. No, you can't prove it. She should be found not guilty. I don't get it. June Sidloskus. I have, let's see. I thought about what would have happened. John O'Keefe walking towards the SUV and Karen reached. She was backing up and John was behind the SUV and tried to move out of the way. Arm out, slip on the snow and fell backwards. Then how does he end up by the flagpole? That's the part that doesn't make sense. How does he end up where he's found? Book Dragon Jen. Maybe we'd have answers if the Commonwealth had answers. I would, if we had them. Lori Ross. Okay, Rob, it's been a couple weeks. Did you watch Be in Trouble's videos yet about the taillight? I did. I did see those videos. I thought they were pretty interesting. They largely corroborated kind of my thought process there. I thought they were very well done. Very well done. MLE, the taillight pieces changed direction and traveled in the direction perpendicular to the Lexus to end up on the lawn. How the physics does that happen? Y'all are asking the questions. You presume that I know the answer. I don't. The Commonwealth believes they've explained the answer. I don't know that I agree with them. All right, let's see. Let's go with probably one of the more difficult days that any lawyer's ever had cross-examining a witness.
Into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just asking a question.
So
if it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that text stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a text stream event.
So the text stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the text stream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you...
This was a lot of this. This was a lot of the testimony. And Alessi was doing okay here. He broke down a lot of the questions.
You associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of...
How many people in the chat have had the wrong trip or a bad trip? I don't know why my head went there.
When the text stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the text stream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct text stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
I love that did you catch him talking through, he's repeating the question in his head / verbally. Like when I ask Mini Mischief 2 to clean his room and say his room's a mess. My room's a mess and I need to clean it. No. This is brutal.
So again, the tech stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the tech stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
All right. So I'm not going to force you guys to watch all this again. Here's my impression of Dr. Welcher. And people were saying this witness is too, he's a bad witness. He does all these things. I respectfully disagree a little bit on this one. This witness doesn't give an inch. Not going to concede a single point. Rephrases your question, reframes the question in a way that he wants to answer it, not in the way that you want to ask it. Refuses to give a direct answer. If he does have to give a direct answer, it's after about 20 seconds of pondering. So by the time the answer comes out, you've forgotten what the damn question was. This is an expert's expert. Like, it's not good for us who actually wants the information and wants the clarification on some of these questions. But for the Commonwealth's purposes, that doesn't want to provide answers to clarify these questions or have these questions answered, it's fine. This witness is not going to be co-opted. The witness is not going to be made into a witness for the defense by the defense in cross-examination. And unless we'll call it his mistake yesterday or the day before yesterday, was trying repeatedly to make this witness into his own witness.
Oh, I mean, this witness is a jackass, so
he is, and he's never going to concede a point. This is like the problem is this is like cross-examining a cop, but a cop that's a lot better at knowing the information and subject matter where they can more efficiently dodge the damn question. Right? Cops, when you cross-examine them, are very, very obstinate. They don't want to concede a single damn point, but usually you can box them in on an answer and you can force them to answer your question and boil it down and break it down. This witness has the vocabulary, the mental acuity, and the capability of essentially playing a game with you where he's never going to get around to answering your question. He's going to answer his own the whole damn time. That's what the Commonwealth paid him to do. You guys say it wasn't worth. Yeah. He gets paid $400,000 to not give in to anything. This witness was never going to give you what you wanted. What Alessi, I think the mistake that Alessi made, and I'm not saying here he's fine. The mistake Alessi makes is that Alessi gets in the weeds with him and really thinks that by clarifying that he's going to somehow get this witness to believe the premise. My thought process when I was watching this was going, Alessi, you got to find your big sticking points. You got to find one of them real quick. And you got to find one where you know how to break this question down in a way that makes him sound like an idiot. And it's one of these situations where, let's say I've got a witness that's fighting me and I'll say, so on Tuesday, you were driving your car. And the witness goes, on Tuesday, I was driving a car. And then I say, sir, are you familiar with days of the week? Yes. There's Monday. Yes. Followed by Tuesday. Monday.
Are you sure?
Followed by Tuesday. Sir, are you familiar with a day called Tuesday? Are there days in the year? You just keep on going backwards in simplifying the question to the point where they have to answer the dumbest small question. And it's very clear to the jury by that point in time that he's not just being evasive, but you've dumbed it down enough where there's no way in hell this person is not comprehending exactly what you're asking. It was painful. It was painful because I felt for Alessi during this. This is rough.
But this guy would be asking you, like, which calendar? Like on the Mayan calendar.
Yeah, probably. Fun fact, Ethiopian calendar is completely off from our calendar. So every time that I end up having a divorce with the Ethiopian husband and wife, I've got to do a conversion for the judge. And it seems like every time I have to do that conversion, the judge is hearing it for the first time. Or I'm teaching a new judge about this. They're like, wait, what? The date's not the same? No, judge, it's not.
Very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not.
It's this part where the witness, this is where I wonder
So
if
it's
the witness started
possible
losing
that
credibility. Yep, go ahead.
So you're saying that there are reasonable possibilities you can't exclude, huh?
Yes, he starts getting in quibbling here. And I think by quibbling, he actually makes it very clear that the more that he goes down this road, the more I'm left with the impression of you are going through all of these different probabilities, but you have not in your slideshow explained how any one of those probabilities might have occurred. Like you're telling me now that these different things could have happened. Where does your slide say that you considered any of those possibilities of happening?
All of this sounds like reasonable doubt.
Well, not even that. It sounds like something that you should have explored and explained away.
Following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I don't need my slides.
It was 50.
50,
Okay. Yeah,
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
Well, gee, that's fascinating. You seem to really know where it started when you were testifying on direct examination. Like you knew a lot of these things.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side. I'm simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway it started. And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes. I have. Me. Wait, look, it looks like Welcher's looking at me like I'm a crazy person. Welcher's
I mean, that's
like,
his default
you
expression.
have? Uh-huh. Yes, I have. Uh-huh. Mr. Welcher, don't judge me. Yes, I have done that. No, I don't need that facial expression from you.
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an hour.
So if anybody who's driven a
Wait, what? Where is that in your damn report?
vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
You don't need any price, probably.
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it in...
Wait. Did bro hit a funny? That was pretty good. That's not bad. All right, Dr. Welcher, I'll give you a little points. Probably not since I got out of high school. Okay.
when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when.
So mostly a lot of humans do it when there's low lighting. It's just a thing. But if you're talking about driving a vehicle backwards in reverse, no.
I don't have the Potter thirst clip here.
Wait, this is pretty good. I didn't do the math on this one. Wait, Welcher drove his 1987 Buick at 25 miles an hour backwards. Could it do that? I don't know if it could.
And then he traveled back in time and, kissed his mom.
Skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, we're saying, would it be reasonable to think that on one of the occasions that you threw that fucker in reverse, that it went up on the side of the road? That's what the question is. Oh my God.
There's some spots, if you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so given the conditions that we've just described, right? The weather,
nothing to do with where you start.
Finish my question, sir.
Only one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur, a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting? You don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not possible.
So your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer.
And thus we have our thumbnail for this evening. The vehicle in space became the thumbnail. All of this just confirms, I mean, quite literally one thing is that this, for those of you who didn't see the thumbnail, let's see. Which, the thumbnail dude, my thumbnail guy is awesome. He's the bestest. He even put Adam Lawley in the spacesuit next to Lexus. Tell me that's phenomenal. I mean, that's just priceless. It shot off into space. And that's Trooper Paul. Yeah.
But not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
Right now, I want to shoot a car off into space. I bet I could figure. I bet you know what? To be honest, he's right there. It's a possibility. You can launch a car off into space. You just strap a couple of rockets to it, and you could probably get it into space. God,
Did I miss his astronaut moment?
What?
Did I miss his astronaut moment?
Yeah. You missed the
Can we play
astronaut
the
moment.
astronaut moment again?
I can play the astronaut moment. Did you see the thumbnail for this evening?
Love it.
It's the car that's in space. It's the Lexus in space. We can do the astronaut moment again.
Up on the lawn. That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yeah, highly, highly unlikely. But
All right.
again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality. So in terms of the Lexus itself,
That was argumentative. Hank Brennan didn't object like that much because this witness was doing pretty damn well at handling his own. I know
He
people
doesn't want to
dispute
object
that.
here because it just makes it look like he's trying to protect his witness from his own.
His witness, to be candid, did not need protecting. His witness wasn't going to concede an inch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was a little idiotic, and I would, later during close be like, "Oh, are we going to believe, Captain Space Car?"
Well, and the thing is, you have to do this right? In closing argument, you have to do this right. You can't come in there and seriously say, their expert says this vehicle could have shot off into space. No. You can't go in there and seriously argue to the jury that this was an actual probability or possibility. No. You basically have to say that he was such an asshole that he wouldn't even concede that there was a possibility the vehicle could end up on the lawn. Instead, he was saying that the vehicle could end up in space for all we know.
Space car.
Space car. Space Lexus. The memes that have come out of trial number 2 have been remarkable. I don't know what's better. Memes. Wait, hang on. Let me do this. I'm gonna actually post a poll. This is gonna be
Trial number 2. This witness is a number 2. It's all good.
Let me see.
Unhappy face, Rob.
Unhappy face, Rob. Trying to give the witness at least a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. I don't know how much he deserves, but let's see. Let's do a poll. We're gonna do a poll. Were the memes better in trial 1 or trial number 2? We're just going to do that because I think the memes is going to be interesting tie. I don't know. Hang on.
So I'm sitting here eating chicken nuggets. And
chicken nuggets.
Because they're delicious. And I had a craving for fries, so I got chicken nuggets while I was there. Right over there is a door, and it's the storm door. That's like the main door is open, and this is the storm door. And there's 2 dogs that have had a sudden interest in going outside because there are nuggets out here.
There are chicken nuggets. They're very upset that you have the chicken nuggets. They're like, Dada has nuggets outside.
Mm-hmm.
This is not fair. I want to be out there with the chicken nuggets and Dada with the chicken nuggets.
And they're
you have no evidence.
Let's see. Are we back to where we need to be? I think we are. We're back to where we need to be. So day 2, unless he completely change, he doesn't completely change. I wish he would have completely changed his strategy, but he changes a lot of it. He realizes I'm not going to drag this thing on. I'm going to hit my points, get in, make the points, get out. Judge Bev prior to this made a ruling that I was completely asinine in my opinion. Judge Bev's ruling was that because this witness simply made the statement that they did not consider certain information that was available to them to consider if they so chose, that because they did not consider that information, you cannot ask them about that information. I have never in my entire career been hamstrung like that with an expert. Generally speaking, with an expert, I can damn well ask whether they relied on an opinion, whether their opinion would change if they relied on something else. If I gave them a hypothetical, oh, there's puppers. Or, and especially if it's the ME's report ends up in his damn slideshow. So you're telling me I can't question you on what the ME's conclusions were and how that is possibly consistent with your finding? I can't question you and say the ME couldn't figure out or couldn't square this with being a vehicle related death. And you're saying you can, right? You're allowed to do that. I don't understand the issue. That infuriated me. And Emily, I was wondering if you were pissed off the same way, because that shocked me. I didn't understand that.
Well, the thing is that if they were able to question him on these points, then the defense,
like an
has a chance of getting an acquittal, and the judge can't allow that.
He really would have looked. I mean, that would have been. Guys, I am focused. I have to take the focus, the little focus I have, and maintain the focus on the things. Plus, there's a lot going on. The chat's flying. I'm trying to maintain focus on the video. Remember where I am in the testimony over the course of 4 days. Maintain the fact that Ian is watching this in a hammock eating chicken nuggets, and then I can't watch my clients when they're doing anything, trusting that it's all being recorded. And I can have that one there. How many reversible errors? I don't know. I don't know that there are any. Do you know how hard it is to get a reversal? I can tell you that on these little evidentiary things, nah.
I think I think they have a credible evidence or argument for reasonable apprehension of bias.
That's tough.
It's tough, but yeah.
Emily says, I've been so confused so much this week, my face hurts from knitting my brows. That's what I've been doing, and I'm trying to go back through and make this all make sense. The problem is it's not making sense.
I've been knitting my brows so much, I've got a sweater.
The funny thing is, I go into a courtroom.
Pictured it.
Like today, I went into a courtroom today, and I had 3 motions, and I prevailed on all 3, and it was like 3 motions and I actually stuck around and watched other motions. And you know what happened in that courtroom? A lot of things that made sense. Like a lot of things that made sense. The judge may have decided one way or the other, and it might have been a close call in some cases, but a lot of the things made sense. Here, I'm in upside down world. And I go,
hi, Zora, you love me
what?
now for some reason. Why am I upside down? Why am I upside down?
I don't know. I didn't move it. You did. Don't do that too much. You're going to make me dizzy.
How did I turn and end up back upside?
Stop. I can't turn your screen.
How did
You
I
better
turn
move
it?
that slow. Oh, it's the cute one. It's like this is it's the no, you hang up. No, you hang up. You hang up.
What? StreamYard, what are you doing?
All right. Well, Ian fights with his Ian fights with his phone, trying to figure out what he's going to do here with his all the above. Let's see how Alessi changes his cross-examination day 2.
To show at all, other than, and I'm talking evidence, testing information, you're saying you have no evidence that shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
So again, the one I have at my testing obviously was not the same glass. We have pictures of a broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper. That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So you said you reviewed the reports and testimonies of various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report.
Correct, in the initial.
In the initial, right, correct. And some of those reports included forensic scientists who work for the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony, you don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police, there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
So to give you an idea, people are saying this expert was worthless, blah, blah, blah. No, the Commonwealth is sitting there going, I got my $400,000 worth, because it took Bob Alessi about 15 minutes of questions to get this expert to even acknowledge that there was some conclusion in the report that there might have been an inconsistency in the glass. And after that 15 minutes of dragging this expert with question after question to get that concession, the expert did not concede that it would change any of his opinions. Wow. Like when people are like, that's $400,000. Yeah. If you're an attorney and you don't have to object once during any of that, if I don't have to object at all, when my expert is making this other attorney jump through every single hoop to get one concession, it's a skill. It's a skill.
Honestly, if I was the judge, I would be inclined to exclude this expert at this point.
It would be something.
And just say an expert has an obligation to the truth and not to just, and it's very clear that this expert is extremely partisan. I want to hear submissions on why this expert should not be excluded.
I don't think you're getting the expert kicked. I think the expert's in. I mean, it's just,
I'd kick him if I was the judge, but this is why I'm not a judge.
Brutal. I mean, it's the question that you have is not so much the bias of it. It's, was there actually a methodology here? Because it says he just kind of looked at everything. At the end of the day, he actually does kind of give the opinion that the scene told him, because he goes to DNA and all the other stuff and the testimony. Where at some point in time, aren't you just aggregating the Commonwealth's case and then regurgitating it with a little bit of numbers behind it? Like, isn't that just what you're doing?
And a lot of what he does is not just unscientific, but anti-scientific.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that part. But before that, I do want to get to
the most ridiculous example of a hired gun.
Is this got very bad.
Potter, why do you
stop whining? I'm here. You can see me. I know.
Potter's got opinions.
Are you mad that we cut our call short? Potter, look up.
Oh, this is Zora.
Oh, Zora. Where's Potter? Potter's the big one.
Potter's over there. He's a distance away. Come on, Potter. Come here.
Zora. There's
Zora.
Potter. Hi, Zora. Look at the face. Hello. Okay. This part though. This to me was worth a full day of listening just to hear this.
You took out your calculator and you asked about
and then I'll go back to some of it. But I want to make sure I got this point in.
different variables. Are those variables hypotheticals, or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much.
Sir, do not spread your load out all over the bed.
All over the bed. Look, I have walked into my fair share of innuendo and unfortunate remarks. I don't know that I've done one quite that bad.
So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4,
What's a failure load? It depends on what you're doing.
I don't know. There's like the failed loads, the failed distribution of the load. Then he goes straight with hitting you with a 2x4. Sir, I'm not kink shaming anybody, but there's hitting with a 2x4 will result in failed loads a lot of times.
I feel like I feel like failure load is going to be the nickname for a bunch of ex-boyfriends of women in the chat.
I mean, this is just, and the funny thing is, once there, I would have paid good money to see the jury's face, because I know that not all of them sitting in that box are as mature as we would expect them to be. I imagine there's at least one person in there that has my level of maturity. When I heard that at first, and I was like, wait, what the fuck did you just say? You did not just say that out loud. You did not, sir. In a courtroom, go ahead and say you're going to talk about distributing loads on a bed.
Changed.
no.
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out
We're
your
gonna hear about
calculator
these-
and you were asked about
Oh, no, I didn't even know that.
hypotheticals,
The
or were
load
they
had a formula?
related to this specific case?
Talking about failure forces
Yeah.
on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's
I mean, you're taking the hand across a 1-inch bar. I mean, you're not
a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic tail
Also-
light or a rear body panel.
How are you going to get a 1-inch metal bar? Like, you can't even fit the guitar in there.
So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the
And he does the arms. He does the arms. He does the. Oh my God. Told you guys about sitting on the bed. That's an example of spreading the load out. Just spread the load out.
load out, you don't sink in as much. So same
Oh, you're sinking.
thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in.
It just, once you hear the spreading the load on the bed, everything he says, every single thing he says after that has a connotation to it that you would not have otherwise picked up.
But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing
not
with it.
sinking in enough
If I
sounds like
hit
a
you
skill
with a
issue.
5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
Sir, I can
We're not
imagine that there are
shaming
some,
here, Rob.
there, what I'm saying is there's probably some people who would prefer the opposite, and we're not going to shame them for doing that.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would,
It's just the distribution of the load. It was horrible. So that's Hank's redirect, but I did want to get to the what is his redirect? Does he do recross here? He does. There's a recross. Or is it before this?
So far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far away and you didn't look at them, you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
yes.
Sustained.
Let's go to
That part
5078.
didn't. I didn't get that part that much. When is the confirmation?
Would the number be about 1515? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see.
Oh, he tells him to get his computer back out. This guy and his computer, man. It's a. He's counting events on his computer, and it's taking this
There's 18.
18. So there
took
were
him that long to count?
Your
Yes.
record
Was he
showed
taking
that
his
there
fucking
were
shoes off, or
18
what?
I don't
DCH
know.
events recorded
I don't
on
know.
Miss.
It should not have taken that long. 236.
It's lucky they didn't ask him to count to 21. He would have had to unzip.
It was just, I was looking. Look, when you get a witness like that, here's the thing. When you get a witness like that, and this is why I call it battle of the experts, you're not going to get that witness to flip. It's not going to happen. So, Alessi did his best in day one, but recalibrating in day two and just getting to make your points and get out was definitely the better move. Let's see. 3601. Right about here.
It says, no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe. Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it?
Correct.
No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, in confirmation, and to see whether there's confirmation bias.
I'm sorry, Mafia. Hit me with a good 2x4 over a pillow any day that pains and reminds me I'm alive. Whoa, I don't know if that's dark or not.
Have you heard scientists refer that
on.
as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and all?
Mr. Alessi, first of all, let's talk about a compound question because you are about 3 or 4 questions in on this one sentence. So I know the point you're trying to make. He was a little bit in the weeds.
Alternative
He's
hypothesis.
trying to be
Just a
arguing.
question. Have you heard
Yeah.
the idiom, the phrase, show your math,
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias? Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that
Okay.
context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Dr. Welcher, you were awesome.
Oh my God.
It was
thank you.
the you know, Dr. Welcher, it wouldn't have been that hard if you had answered the fucking questions.
Or the regular question.
Or the regular questions. Damn it, Ian.
Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
Wait, let me do this one. It was the confirmation bias stuff that really pissed me off.
Am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
How do you ask me more questions than just this slide?
But were the questions just about data?
The density of this individual.
On this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
So, generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
It was
the
just a question.
hypothesis.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
With the hypothesis.
You know what's funny is Alessi was about to cut him off from what I think is the best testimony that he gives for the defense right here. And it was by Alessi kind of backing off and letting him finish that gets this moment that I am repeating this in my closing argument 100%.
So, generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
It was
the
just a question.
hypothesis.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
With the hypothesis that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating that at the end of the day, one of the last comments out of this witness's mouth is that they started this analysis with the assumption that this event did not happen.
I mean, that is just a description of the scientific method.
But doesn't that put into perspective, rather, doesn't that stand in pretty stark contrast to the last 2 days of this person's testimony?
And no, I'm in a regular hammock.
Even the chat's gonna hate you for that one. Doesn't this put into context? Oh no, Emily. Someone had to let him finish. He's been distributing his loads all over beds and lawns and distributing loads on taillights. That would result in DNA on the taillight. Oh my. But this, getting back to the point at hand here, I would absolutely just reference his statement right here. Dr. Welcher testified before you, the jury, for 2 days. Every one of his experiments, going back to the blue paint on the arm, the body position, how he presented that, how he walked into the vehicle, how he had the vehicle back up to him at 2 miles an hour, how he was standing there with the exact same pants, shirt, and hat and shoes, how he repeated that event and had the camera angle facing downward, how he used a case of another automobile pedestrian strike or auto pedestrian strike where an individual didn't have broken arms but had massive internal injuries. How he used basically every bit of his testimony was not at all explaining a single ounce of what he did to either include or exclude his quote unquote null hypothesis that Karen Reed's vehicle didn't do this.
The problem is what he tests is it possible for this to have happened? And he gets to maybe. And you have to believe that every single thing that he testified to, all of those awkward things that I just drew my attention, you have to believe that all of those things happen exactly how he says they did. Because I think that's the only scenario where the impact could occur in that location on his arm. But even then, you're not explaining to me how the body ends up on the lawn. I do not understand that. And I think that the second you make that statement of how he ended his cross here and said, no, I began with the assumption that it didn't happen. And then you start walking through what he actually did. I mean, no, he found every event, everything, every single cherry picked fact that he could to make it look like it did happen. I did not buy any of that. None. Now, how does the Commonwealth end their case in chief? Just like everyone predicted they would, with some statement made by Karen Reed. Which, as a defense, like just as an attorney, I will never understand so many of the comments. Just so many of the comments. Why? One, breaking it up in like this, I don't like how it gets broken up. In my opinion, you're going to play it just like a regular witness. You can't bring a witness back to say A, then B, then C, like every single time. You actually have to can't bring a witness back in 20 different steps.
Yeah.
These two idiots are playing with each other, but then they come back and they're like, or at least Zora comes and is like, I want
could I run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing.
For individuals, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you. Everyone who says that this clip doesn't do anything, to some juror it does. It does. Because you have the opportunity with this clip. The jurors are looking at her facial expressions, her body, her body positioning, how she's expressing it, what words she's choosing when she's explaining these things. Every single thing is being judged about this. Everything. I mean, there are juries that convict people when you have reports coming back from the jury like, he looked at me funny. And then the next juror says he didn't look at me.
Yeah, and it's the same trial.
Yeah. So
one juror says too much looking. The other one says not enough.
Any statement you can get. I mean, you guys remember those Hannah Gutierrez Reed's interviews in the police interviews. My word.
I mean, to
those
be
get
fair,
her
Hannah
convicted?
Gutierrez was very dumb.
Not as dumb as her lawyer.
I mean, her lawyer was busy doing a hat rack impression.
No, he was sitting. Hat racks don't sit.
They could if you put him in a chair.
Where's going, the heater blasting? Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his...
First of all, there is not a world where a single statement that she makes to her lawyer would be admissible unless she said it elsewhere.
Yep. This was a big mistake.
This was this. And you know what, Hank Brennan? The judge allowed you to break up these clips. You chose a pretty damn good one to end your case with.
Yeah.
I mean,
but they shouldn't have let him do this. This is insane.
Can't tell me it's reversible. I'm looking at this and I don't think this is a reversible error. It's a judgment
in conjunction with like the dozens of other issues.
Oh, Ian, you appellate courts bend over backwards to maintain convictions.
I mean, I'm used to Canada where I flipped several convictions. So
Commonwealth in Canada, they also have the ability to retry it, right?
After a conviction's flipped?
Do they?
Like if the appeals court reverses the conviction, then it usually goes back for a new trial.
Yeah. And if you get an acquittal, can't they retry you? If the acquittal goes up and the appellate court reverses the acquittal.
Yeah, they can reverse the acquittal on an issue of law, and then you can get a new trial. Yep.
So a little bit different just in premise of how the appellate courts work, but this clip
I think our
is,
appellate courts are more willing to give a meaningful give meaning to conviction appeals.
And for people that are saying this part shouldn't have come in, attorneys tell you what could happen. You know, the only reason it came in is because Karen Reed said it.
That's the problem.
It's the problem. The only reason it came in is because Karen Reed said it. This wouldn't come in. Anything that you discuss with your lawyer wouldn't come in.
It's also fairly meaningless because, like, lawyers talk about hypotheticals all the time.
Oh yeah, but if you have someone on the jury that's looking at her the entire trial and is buying what the Commonwealth is saying, you look like a painting, Ian.
What over, or what if
In a good way or a bad way? Like, is this like a
clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself?
Are we talking like a moose painting?
David said, then you have some element of culpability.
That was so good. That was Hank Brennan. He was waiting for that moment, and it was good. And if you say that was not effective, if you can't view that as being effective, then you're not looking at this case fairly. I don't think. This was bad. That's bad. It's not good for Karen Reed. So, and I love that. So people are going to, oh, you're going to make the whole chat dizzy. If you do that, you're going to get in trouble. Wait, you fixed it. Don't shift it. Leave it. Leave it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I've got a puppy dog.
What?
And I've got two puppy dogs. Oh, Potter.
What does she say? She goes,
you suck.
He's hit in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and it's fixated or something. And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if I don't know? What if I ran over his foot? Or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out? Or went to care for himself and threw up and he passed out? And David said, yeah, then you would have some element of culpability. the suggestion. Emily says, I think we will see argument on count 2 and closing this time. Much more than the last trial. I think so. I mean, I will tell you this. Hank Brennan is not Adam Lawley. Hank Brennan is competent,
a lawyer,
capable, ruthless. He's a lot of things. He ain't Adam Lawley. He has a case. He is going to stay and stick concise to that case, very specific on his case. He's not going to deviate very much from it. And he's going to make you clear every damn hurdle to get every piece of evidence in that you can. Is that going to rub the jury the wrong way? Yeah, maybe. But you would be... Barron's prosecuting this like a defense case. Yeah.
He is. And
he is. He's doing a good job.
The problem is that, like, prosecutors got different responsibilities. Like, I believe Emily, if she was running this case, would be running it very differently than Brennan.
I don't think Emily would run the case.
Yeah, I think Emily would have been like, I don't know. I recall a case here in Edmonton where they made one of the Crowns run a case. And so he got up and said, Crown opens its case, Crown being the prosecution. Crown calls no evidence. And that was it. They're just like, oh, you made me run it. Okay. I called no evidence in my case. So, yeah.
I mean, this is a great point, and actually proves something that I don't think you intended to. I don't think he's doing a good job. He's trying it like his burden is to prove it's possible. A lot of jurors
is very much going to have to hammer on what reasonable doubt is.
Yeah, a lot of jurors will convict on it's possible.
Yep.
Bad person in bad person chair. If not bad, then why in bad person chair wearing bad person clothes? That
Emily would throw this file at a boss and say, then you do it. And this is why I like Emily so much.
Well, I think this is also why you have Hank Brennan. I think this is why you have Hank Brennan. Because I imagine they went around the DA's office and they were like, who's going to try this? And everyone's like, I'm not getting near this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Or this thing. Yeah. No. This case is being tried effectively. Very different than the first trial. You don't have this big, massive clusterfuck of a story that has different tangents one way or the other. You have a very clear and concise narrative of what transpired that evening. It is articulated through as few witnesses as are possible to get the information before the jury, with as much innuendo and shade thrown at the defendant as you can possibly muster, with experts that are presenting data that, while possibly cherry-picked in the fashion that's most favorable to the Commonwealth, that presents a singular narrative of what transpired that day, even if that narrative strains credulity. I am trying to tell the chat, which I have been trying to tell the chat the entire time. The idea that you are going to get 12 people to unanimously agree that Karen Read is not guilty with the presentation of evidence in this case and how it's been presented by the Commonwealth, 12 people all deciding that she's not guilty is a very, very, very difficult proposition. Because there will be people who will look at Dr. Welcher and who will say, expert dude said it was legit. She was there. She was drunk. How do you dispute the vehicle? I'm not an expert. And you get one or two people who dig their heels in.
If she gets another hung jury, it's a win.
It's a win.
And I mean, I think the Commonwealth would have to decide really hard whether they want to run it again. And
they'll do it.
The sad thing is, I think they'd do it. Yep.
They'll do it. They are too invested in this conviction. They're absolutely going to do it. So, and I don't, to be quite frank with the chat, I don't care if you guys disagree with me. You can disagree with me all you want. doesn't discount the fact that I have an opinion on this one. And I think that right now you've got at least 1 or 2 jurors on that jury sitting there right now who thinks Karen Reed is absolutely unequivocally guilty. Hell, I'd be able to say, I'd probably guess there's about 5 or 6 who have bought into the Commonwealth's theory, at least for now. And then here's the challenge. Once you've bought into a perspective, once you
Hard to convince them out.
it's very hard to convince them out. That is why, again, when I go to the theory and the stats on convictions versus acquittals, usually the first person to present their case, generally speaking, has a pretty damn big advantage because they are the ones that are allowed to put that narrative in someone's head. The second they put that narrative in someone's head, it is very hard to dispel that narrative. It's hard to get them to think about something else.
How about this as a thought for how we should run trials? Start off with the judge telling everybody, at this point in the trial, the accused is innocent. And
But they do.
They
do.
They don't enough. Yeah, I don't know.
Even if you did, Ian, this is the challenge that I have right now. Even if you put up every sign in the world, you could put a poster right behind Karen Reed and say innocent person, flashing lights and all the above, and say innocent, innocent, innocent. You know damn well that there would be a fair number of people who would still look at that person and say, if innocent, then why in bad person chair? The accusation for some people is enough to get people to that understanding.
We should make Lolly sit in the bad person chair.
Well, he is in the bad person chair. He doesn't get to stand up unless it's an expert that's not really important. The important experts, Hank Brennan gets. Lolly gets.
Brennan is absolutely Brennan's really humiliated Lolly this trial.
He really has. You might as well put a damn dunce cap on Lolly and put him right there in the chair.
Oh.
Give him some crayons. Give him some crayons and allow him to color in his coloring book. I mean, I feel bad for the guy.
Oh, I mean, if I was Lolly, I'd be pissed, but I hate that I feel bad for Lolly, but I do.
So I get when I get into live streams or when I look on X and I look on Twitter and I look on all these other things and I'm like, one, the fact that there are this many people who are this strongly in the camp that they are means that there's probably a juror that's there too.
Mm-hmm.
And once you put someone in that position, I mean, there's people that are not going to change their mind, almost guaranteed. And then you bring in the lovely compromise verdict, which is still a guilty verdict.
Yeah, and the jury doesn't necessarily understand that, like, when they're like, oh, we'll compromise on the lowest sentence. It's like the lowest sentence can throw her in jail for 20 years.
Yeah, there was a jury trial that happened this week when I was in court. I was in court on Tuesday, and there's a jury trial that was being run. And oddly enough, it was asinine when I heard about it. There was a case that went to trial in front of a jury on a reckless driving charge. The individual was doing 100 miles an hour in a 55 zone, and they insisted on a jury trial. And I was laughing and I was going, what the hell was the offer on the table? Because if you're talking about that, I mean, take the plea deal. You get a conviction, and paying the cost of the jury appearance alone is going to be expensive as hell. Because if you get convicted, you have to pay the cost of the jury being forced to appear.
Wait, what?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's effed in the A.
It's actually pretty common.
That's crazy.
The jury went out. Again, 100 miles an hour in a 55 zone, right? You would think pretty easy to prove. Jury was deliberating for 3 hours. And they came back and they found them guilty. And you know what they assessed as a fine?
What's that?
$1.
The jury got to pick the penalty?
Yep. $1. I was like, oh my God, that poor prosecutor. They are doomed for the rest of their life. Because you know what I would do if I was in that prosecutor's office? I would absolutely go to the bank and I would say, dear Madam Clerk or Sir Clerk, Mr. Clerk, can I have your crispest, most beautiful $1 bill, please? And can we put a bow on it? And I would walk right over to that prosecutor's desk and I'd just put it right there on the center of the desk, just that $1.
So you know how whenever you see people win the lottery, they've got that giant novelty check?
Mm-hmm.
You can have those printed for any amount.
Oh, yes. See, I would do that. I would do that as well. So, to break it down, here's what I'm saying about the compromise
You
verdict.
bring in the check that's the size of like a bath towel or a beach towel, and you just are like, hand that over to the
Here's oh god,
$1 and no
$1.
cents.
Oh my god. God, yeah, they call people like $2 Chuck. This guy's like $1 Chuck now, I guess. But here's what I say about the compromise verdict, right? So yes, that person ran to trial and went to trial on a reckless driving charge. And when the jury came back and convicted and imposed a sentence or a fine of $1, that prosecutor must have felt like a complete chump. But you know what the jury did? The jury did convict. That individual was convicted. That conviction is now on that person's record. Period. End of story. Yep. So the jury might come back and say $1 sentence. That's what we're going to impose. But the person has a conviction.
I have fought a lot of cases where the penalty was not huge. That where it's like, yeah, we're only seeking, in some cases, like all we're seeking is like a $100 fine. But for my client, getting that on the record is a big deal. So. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not dark yet, but it is mosquitoes.
So you've got to escape the mosquitoes.
I gotta pack up my.
Well, I'm gonna. When you do that, I'm gonna shut your. Why don't you pull your camera off so we're not watching you? Yep, there you go. So you're not watching you go through the house. Okay, let me get caught up on this kind of stuff. Kristen, M96. Well, actually, let's do that. I have to swoop to get caught up on stuff. Rob, swoop to get caught up on stuff.
So it's not so bad.
Kristen M96, being a football fan, I calculate the distance into football yards. It's Pat's country. Wonder how many in the jury do the same. I imagine they do. Honestly, Welcher would have been better to explain it in yards. Dr. Amy Tanner, Welcher also said cut on his eye is from the roof of the spoiler. No fucking way. There's no way. That's part of the confirmation bias thing you're telling me that you are saying that the cut on the eye was from the spoiler on the roof, the wind spoiler on the roof. No way.
You hit his face with a spoiler like that at 24 miles per hour with 6,000 pounds behind it. There's no way it leaves that little mark. That's a punch. Come on.
I don't have to know it's a punch. I don't have to conclude it's a punch. I just know it's not a vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say for certain it's a punch, but I would pick punch over vehicle every time, and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. I need a second, so I'm going to play this. You know what? Here's my impression of anyone in the jury hearing that it is a vehicle that caused that eye injury.
Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
So you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on the scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
All right.
Yeah.
That was a judge with opinions right there.
Yeah, that's me on this jury right now. Daffy 9, doesn't all this mean reasonable doubt? A lot of people are feeling that way. Oh, Kitty Odets have doggo bite in the zucchini. Bet it looks just like John O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to see the piece of the lens that made puncture marks. So would I. K-Rab, if you look up the McDonald's case in Nevada family court, Make sure to look up the Nevada versus Michael Lee McDonald. I wrote this down when you said it. Case was nuts. Analytical Blarney AB. Can you imagine being Welcher's spouse in an argument? He's wearing a wedding band. My never married self is sitting over here asking a ton of questions. I can tell you he probably argues less with his spouse. That's a good way to not be allowed to distribute your load anywhere.
Oh, Rob. Rob.
There wasn't a way. I don't know how I could avoid that one. I mean, the question, I mean, it set itself up.
You could have avoided that one.
I know it's low hanging fruit.
That is fair, but you could have avoided the low hanging fruit.
The fruit was hanging too low. Sounds like a medical problem.
I was gonna say, now we're getting back into the
that sounds like a medical
distribution.
problem. Exactly. Wait, just James Carson, unless the other mistake was not citing Smith versus Arizona and bringing in Paul's testimony. I don't know. That argument, like I said, I'm never going to get beyond that. It's just one of those little things that adds up. Marmar, if I'm on the jury, Welcher sucks. He didn't have to argue every single question. He was just disrespectful and irritating. Love to Rob and Runkle family and pups. Thank you, Marmar. Much appreciated. Y'all, if you guys are here, there's 4,355 of you. We still have to go through today's little bits of testimony, which isn't nearly as long, but is important. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Much appreciated. Let's try to get this video to, let's say, 6,000 likes, 5,000 likes. That'd be awesome. I don't know if I have a video of 5,000 more recently.
I'm going to disconnect and I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't know if I have one at 5,000 right now. Let me see. Not recently. Let's see. The last one. Last one we did had 3,500 likes. Try to get over 5,000. We have one video on the Karen Reed stuff over 5,000. So please hit the like button, guys. Please do. Like and subscribe. Yay! No, I don't do that. I get reminded by my mods to do it, but I always forget. Plus, I feel cheesy doing it. So please hit the like and subscribe. Kelmer, you're not giving an inch is one thing. Disrespecting the attorney and being dismissive of courtroom decorum was not okay. I'm inclined to agree. Chris M96, what type of engineer is Mama Morton? Could she make Alexis go into space? Mama Morton was a systems engineer, control systems. My dad was a mechanical engineer. My brother is a computer systems engineer / industrial engineer. My sister was a civil engineer. My brother-in-law is a project planner / site super for an engineering company. And I studied mechanical engineering until I switched career paths. Could she make Alexis go into space? There's a lot of jokes I can make about my mom and what she could make Alexis hit a concrete column in a parking garage. I love her, but her spatial awareness has never been that good. We tease her about it still. Melanie Hideki, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. Much appreciated. K-Rab, I'm an engineer. Regardless of this expert opinion, you cannot shoot Alexis into space. Not on its own. Not on its own. That's correct. Not on its own. You couldn't do it. Peggy Reardon, anyone know why Runkle is in daylight at 9:14 p.m.? Because he's up in Edmonton. So not just further west, but also up north. And it's getting to be that time of day, or that time of year when daylight is lasting longer and longer and longer.
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly light out.
Melanie Pare, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. Uncle died in a fire yesterday, so I'm grateful to have to take my mind off things tonight. Love you guys and the chat's vibe. Prayers and thoughts go out to you and your family right now. I'm very sorry for that loss. Reasonable Doubt, FKR, love you guys just when I need it after work. Thank you. Lady Fang, we need a parental supervision for this part. Kind of did. Lori Leanne, please don't make a bad video for this trial. No. No.
Oof.
Nope. Nope. Apocalypse DOA adult supervision is needed for Robbie and Emily. Always. Best gun losing detective. # Wood Daddy Stacks. Yeah, there's a video out there that's actually really funny where we got trending Wood Daddy Stacks. during the Depp trial. It's been a while. Ian, I've been on YouTube for like 3 years now.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Time passes. Time is funny. Time's a construct. I don't understand it. Cross-examnesia. Oh, side note. Love the name. Cross-examnesia. That's phenomenal. Cross-examnesia. My former colleague, I'm an MDI, works at Boston ME. Oh, the tea I could spill about how that whole ME office feels about this BS. Oh, the interest I have in all that tea that you could possibly spill about this.
Right?
ME's office. Feel free to reach out and share. Actually, here's the thing. I'm actually one of those people where if people that tell me stuff in confidence off stream, I don't bring it on stream. If it's interesting, I'm always interested to hear it. And tell me it's confidential, it's confidential. Matthew Self, why does Runkle look more like a woodland elf today? Green around his platinum silver head. It's also the fact that he was in a hammock. Dr.
Hammocks
Welcher,
do make things easier.
Y'all with the name changes are so fast. Dr. Welcher, well spread loads. Since Sergeant Buchanan's name was banned, you made me have to change it just to be able to super chat. I hope you're happy. No, that's a fair change. Christine Benyon, 300,000 for matching clothes and blue paint. Well, he paid the money in vehicle acquisition and doing it as many times as he could to get that exact pattern. Chris M96 with load talk. We now know why his arm is blue. Only his arm is blue. God.
Oh, geez.
Bless you.
That's awful.
Yeah. Music to my soul. KR never should have done interviews, but the Commonwealth claimed over and over again that she said I hit him 3 times, then played a clip of her saying, could I have hit him? I hope the jurors listen closely. I don't know. I really don't. Kelly, if Chloe bit, you must quit. How did the polycarbonate tail light shatter into 47 pieces, but the glass in his hand that was struck broke into neat 4 pieces conveniently right beside? You guys are going to ask questions, a lot of them that I don't have the answers to. Winterfell.
Rob has the answers to all questions. Every
All
question
questions.
that's ever been asked by a human being.
Winterfell. I don't know what's worse, Amber Heard distributing her load or Dr. Welcher. Ooh. Yeah. That was a reference to poop on the bed, wasn't it?
It was.
Yep. Kate may be. I still wonder if Lolly did so bad because he didn't want to bring the case, but didn't have the balls to say no. No. No lawyer throws a case. Now he has to sit there for the looks. It's the sad Lolly face. Can I give him a fruit basket? I'm going to send him a fruit basket. Oh, God. Dr. Welcher, well spread loads. This is good. Fruit so low, Higgins thinks he has a shot. That was good. V. McWilliams, will we ever see the people in the house being investigated? Nope. Never going to see it. Light Queen, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Light Queen again. Member gifting equals spreading the load.
Oh, God.
You guys are terrible. Misfit Joy, I've heard low-hanging fruit causes failed loads. Lonnie Runkle, I emailed the story of Aperture Services being discontinued at a law firm. I imagine it's not just one.
I just saw that and I was like, ooh.
I really do imagine it's not just one, because here's the thing. I don't want to give my opposing counsel any ammunition. None. Why am I going to bring a high profile cross-examination right to bear? No way. Stevie Lee Kenyak Carrier, thanks for being a member. Jim P. Trial 2 seems to make y'all law tubers jaws drop over more fuckery in it. It is. I am impressed with how Hank Brennan is running the case. I am also saying that Hank Brennan is playing a massive game of fuck around. Not just fuck around, but he's playing a massive game of risk. There is a high risk, high reward strategy here. High risk. He's going to
find out?
High risk is because if the jury, if the defense lays down the pieces that show that certain things were kept out from their view or contact, then they will punish Brennan. Now, Brennan's bet is that by the time the jury starts seeing that information, he's convinced at least 4 or 5 people on the deciding jury that she's guilty. That's the bet. Crazy Cat Queen. My hubs argues semantically a bit like Welcher. Mind you, I have a history of concussions and PTSD with some cognitive defects and word finding difficulties. Oh no. Lazy L, why didn't Alessi ask Welcher about testing on what it takes to break a taillight into 47 pieces? Because he knew that Welcher wasn't going to concede the point. And Welcher was never going to make that point or give it to him. So why ask if you're just going to have your expert? Just have your expert come in and dunk on him. That's what you would do. Why am I going to allow him to explain something away when I've got my expert lined up to say the thing? Beck has thoughts. Don't forget the load distribution to the hand. Oh, no. Yeah, that's where the load distributed. At least in part. Okay. So what do we get today? Side note, remember when I told people a while back about different crutch words or phrases that people use? Mine is okay, so. Other people
I use
say
so a lot. I use so a lot.
Yeah.
And the number of times I've had to like take a video and just be like, okay, I do not need to start with so.
Yep, we all have them. Every single person does, especially when you get tired. Then, moving on to today's bit of testimony. No, I need to show this. There you go. Alan Jackson does his motion for a directed verdict. It gets denied. I was impressed with the presentation of the evidence. He did a good job maintaining, didn't go into too much, not hyperbolic, kept it simple, kept it straightforward, says there was no evidence of a collision. That seems to be their narrative, and that seems to be the defense's case.
Duty bound pursuant.
Defense case is no evidence of a collision, therefore you must acquit, which I think is a lot better strategy in large part than trying to go down 9 million rabbit holes and prove something affirmatively. You just have to say no collision. So I like the argument. It was good. It was never going to win. Never had a shot. Hank Brennan gets up and we get a preview. He keeps it concise, very concise, and actually eliminates a lot of hyperbole. Hank Brennan could have come up here and tried to dunk on this. He didn't. Oh, chat. Sorry. I apologize emphatically. Double swoop to make it up. Emily, Ian has a story to tell you about Janet.
Little bit. I'm not sure how much I can say.
Nope. I mean, Ian has a story to tell you privately about Janet.
Yeah. Emily, reach out. I got some tea, I guess. So if he wants to hear the tea, let me know.
Yeah, it's worth the phone call. Yeah, it's interesting.
Intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury.
You guys, a lot of lawyers, I have used hearken in several arguments. I didn't realize how ridiculous it sounds sometimes. Nightbot and I will fight. My Nightbot's not mean, Emily. It's Ian's you got to look out for.
Could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1. Have they proven here steps of Rule 20?
AJ does well, but we know it's not winning. I wanted to hear how
In a
Hank
light
handled
most
this.
favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion, and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just two of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus from her shattered right taillight that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
Side note, I almost got timed out in Emily's chat once because I fought with her Nightbot. It from time to time, even we get spicy.
Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial.
I just realized the suit choice today. Solid choice. Now, I don't like the tie choice, but I love the suit. Wow. Nice choice. I love the suit. Don't like the, but you know what he needs? Pocket square.
Substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions that night, after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There was no predicate of intending to kill
This is
or
a
even
good
intending to
argument,
hit.
by the way.
There was clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death.
And I mean, he
driving
didn't
a
even have to
6,000
make a
pound
good
SUV
argument here because
forward and then
I know,
was
but he
gonna win.
does. He does make a decent argument. He makes the inference argument. He makes the circumstantial evidence argument. He says that the burden is low. It's a good argument. He didn't have to. You made the good argument.
back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledged.
Sir, you don't want to go through a summary of all of them now. You don't want to show the defense what you're going to argue at closing. But we all know very well that you want to go through a summary of all of the statements. Like, we know that you cannot wait for that moment. You want that moment more than anything.
An injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three of those.
Card's another thing to pull.
That was always going to be denied, by the way. And honestly, it's not a bad denial. The second you get an ounce of evidence in there, the circumstantial evidence is going to be high enough to allow to go to the jury. I mean,
the standard is basically, could a jury possibly convict if they were like the most pro-conviction jury that ever was?
Yeah.
And yeah.
And the reason why I say it was a good argument is it was it was the antithesis of most of Hank Brennan's other arguments, in that argument was delivered concisely. It was delivered without much fervor and without much hyperbole, and it was actual recitation of certain facts that were in evidence already, without too much flair. To me, coming out of Hank Brennan, that ain't bad. So I will take that. Now, if only he made all of his other arguments that way, it'd be great. I would really love it. It'd be phenomenal. Okay, before we get to that, hang on. Can we talk about data daddy? Let me take this down. Can we talk about Data Daddy or the Crash Daddy spreading their loads instead? Hungry like the wolf. I think we're going to see Arca sometime next week. When you find a loved one dead, you're not logical. I don't disagree. Just saying, all of the statements afterwards don't help. Not when these are the stakes. Distributed load was 400,000 worth this type of publicity if you're Aperture. That is actually a logical question. Taking on a big case. And it's a whole lot to gamble. Patty P, thanks for being a member for 13 months. Dr. Welcher, well spread loads. Runkle has the deets and the receipts. So yeah. Jen, not McCabe. Rob, don't forget the law partner story. Ian, I have a story to tell you. I'm going to tell you as soon as I finish these chats and before we get back to the testimony. Valerie Storm, I brought this up to all of those who have been evacuated due to wildfires in Canada. Please be safe for your family. Make the decision. If you've been evacuated, get your ass out of there. And I hope that I hope for the safety and well-being for all involved. Betty Hopkins, the tie knot. Yep, I noticed that as well. I had an entire argument in front of a moot court that stuck with me forever, and I've made this point several times. Make the argument in front of a moot court, have the judges that are there. If Judge 1 says you did great, no comments. Judge 2 basically says you did great. Judge 3, who's a practicing attorney, says, the only comment I can give you is I couldn't hear a word you were saying because I couldn't help but focus on the quarter inch between the top of your shirt and the top of your tie. And it was a lesson that the judge taught me, or that practicing lawyer taught me, that it doesn't matter if what you are thinking is vain or stupid, or I shouldn't be focusing on the fact that your tie is off by a quarter inch. If I'm focusing on that, I'm not focusing on the words you're saying, and your job is to be a mouthpiece for your client. So I never forgot that story. Edward Kirkpatrick, can we talk about the weird order when Judge Bev is forcing the defense to supply summary of oral communication with a witness? I will try to talk to that about that. I don't know that I'm going to get there because we were already going over 3 hours, 38 minutes. And I still have a whole other witness to get through. I did see the order came through. Elise Charlene Fine Art, Aperture removed expert's bio from their website. Ugh, yuck. Okay, the story about my law partner. So our courthouse in one of the jurisdictions I practice in is now has a heightened layer of security for lawyers, even lawyers. We have to take our laptops and our tablets out of our bag. And it's because of a lawyer that was in court, and the lawyer was in court on a criminal defense case in General District Court on a pretty simple, I think it was possession of a firearm by a felon or something like that. It might have been a constructive possession case. And I think it was dealing not just with the firearm, but with ammunition. And the client had apparently given the lawyer a round of ammunition that they had just found. And the lawyer just forgot about it because it was in her bag. You see where this is going yet?
Mm-hmm. Courthouse security?
She brings it in. No, she makes it through.
That's even worse.
Okay, it gets even worse. She makes it through, and for some reason, this lawyer doesn't know firearms at all, by the way. That's not a discredit. It's just that that's not the area of law she practices or what she's interested in. Goes and is making their argument, and was making the argument that just because there was rounds of ammunition around does not mean that the individual who was alleged to have possessed it was actually possessing the firearm. Individuals that have firearms around the house, there can be rounds left. I mean, she's making the argument, and for some reason in her brain.
Oh God, she didn't.
The round might have ended up on counsel's table.
Oh, wow. That's a choice.
No thought process at all. And for individuals that don't know firearms or security or anything about firearms security, to them, a round is just can't do anything. It's not in a gun. It's not anything else. Blah blah blah. It's they don't know it. It's nothing. It's just an object. Well, I then had the opportunity to explain to said lawyer that it's not so much, one, it's a projectile. Two, it goes boom. Three, in some random hypothetical where, let's say an individual can wrestle a gun away, all they have to do is combine one thing and the other, and they have a lethal weapon. So a whole lot can happen. Not to mention, basically, it makes the sheriff department look like a bunch of fucking idiots that let that occur. Ultimately, that ends up being a massive failure.
The other
protocol.
I mean, the other problem is just that security's always concerned that somebody's going to bring in like a firearm in chunks. And so if they see, if they see like a piece of a gun, they're like, yeah, that's not okay.
Yeah.
It's the courthouse.
Now, I don't know that this was anyone affiliated with my firm.
Oh, Rob.
Gave me a chuckle. It only gave me a chuckle because it's you would have to know more about the circumstances that brought this about. Being asked to end the poll. What happened after that? Nothing. The judge, you would have to know the lawyer that did it. You would just have to know the lawyer that did it. The credibility of the lawyer that did it, the innocence lawyer that did it. It was one of those things where this is a really bad circumstance that was possibly made by the best possible person to make the bad thing happen, so that we learn from this and move forward with a better direction. Like, this is the best bad thing that could have happened so that we learn a lesson in a way that's not destructive.
I mean, I have done the pulling stuff out of your bag and setting it on the counter, but I've done that with medications and with phones.
I know lawyers who have cleared with pocket knives or knives in their bag, and they didn't realize they had it. And there was one case.
You turn around, you walk right back out, you put that in your car.
There was one case several years ago where a lawyer who had a CCP, a concealed carry permit, and just forgot that they had their concealed piece on them.
Yep, that's not something you're allowed to forget.
Yeah. Only people in courthouses that are allowed to have guns are the people that need the security in the sheriff's office. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, moving forward to today.
You someone said the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Oh, and I'm being asked to end the poll. Hang on, let me end the poll. Ending the poll. The poll is being ended, and which memes were better in trial 1 or trial 2? 55% of you said trial 2, and that's with 1,800 votes in. It's about the margin I expected. It really is about the margin I expected. Oh, let me let him sit down first. Mr. Disogra. For every comment I made about Hank Brown suit, I love the tie choice here. Love, love, love. Love the double Windsor. Need the double Windsor. It needs to make a comeback. That's the only tie knot I ever tie. Big fan.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Disogra, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew Disogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? Other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as work. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also?
Now the chat has been looking at ties. They just said that Alan Jackson's forehand hand is tied perfectly every day. That's a solid knot tie. You guys are gonna have me comparing the damn ties.
We're judging the ties.
Engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods. In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with a screen on it.
I like that description. That made me happy. The logic to it, like it's the thing in the middle of the dashboard with the screen.
Yep.
Correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. Disogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval? And recovery?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were.
So I saw people dunking or trying to dunk on this. A lot of very, 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 very smart, experienced people don't ever seek or want to be qualified as an expert in court. So you just because someone's qualified as an expert in a court proceeding one time before doesn't mean shit to me. Like at all. None of that.
A friend of mine testified once in a court proceeding, and they were like, "Oh, so you've never, you've never testified in a court proceeding before. How do you know what you're doing?" And he was like, "Well, here's why." And he got to spend like 5 minutes for explaining what was going on or what like his qualifications were, and they regretted the question.
The really smart ones find a way not to be qualified. Yeah. A lot of people prefer to stay the hell out of court. We really very much, like a lot of them do. Because why do you want to jump in that bag? So I didn't give anything one way or the other.
$400,000. That's why.
Yeah, there's some cases where it matters.
Like, qualified
that's
as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today?
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis?
Dude, who else wants to know the story about this? This to me was tea that was left unsearched. Bothered me. Alan Jackson, you asked this question specifically.
And Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with.
All right. Yes, I was asked to review Shannon Burgess.
Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before.
How are you familiar with Aperture? I imagine they're just competing. I mean, they would know each other in the same industry.
You were asked to undertake that review. Were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
I want to know why and how and under what circumstances and how did he become familiar with Shannon Burgess? And did he know about all the other stuff too? I want to know about a lot of things that this person knew about Shannon Burgess before he began testifying. But Alan Jackson did not ask the damn question because it would be an impermissible question. You can't ask about that. You can't opine on the credibility of other expert witnesses. But I really want to know the answer.
We asked to engage in any original analysis in this case.
And yeah, people are pointing out though it's the 1 second hesitation. Yes, Lady Drake, it is. It's the pause. Yes, it's the going. Yeah, I know that asshole. Something like that. That's the impression that I got from it, which is like, yeah, I know who he is.
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court.
That ends up being what Hank Brennan hangs his hat on a lot. I think AJ probably could have come back and reiterated that once or twice. Just to take that ammunition away from Brennan. He didn't. I can answer this question really quick. Diamonds and doggies. When defense asks for the case to be tossed out before their case in chief, how often does it happen? 10% or less? 0.01% or less.
Yeah, very, very rarely. If it happens, you're telling all your friends.
For years.
Yeah. It'll be the story you tell, like, just in general.
Yes.
And the thing is if it happens to the prosecutor, feels bad, man. It's the as the internet kids would say.
No, when he goes on to talk about the conversation he has with Burgess, it's in connection with this case. The question by Alan Jackson was, were you familiar with him before you became associated with this case in any regard? So there was a pre-known, there's some knowledge that predates this case in any capacity where he knew of this person beforehand.
And the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Ms. Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events, so we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest
This is a witness who's showing that they've only testified in one trial before. He's kind of mechanical in his following of the rules. He realizes his notebook is still open, then he pauses and then goes to close it. And he's constantly looking up and looking elsewhere. As an expert, I don't know if I really want this. Chat's gonna fucking hate me no matter. Chat. I am being objective in my analysis of how a witness presents. Does he present honestly? Yes. Does he present a little bit nervous? He does. He moves around a lot. His eyes are darting all over the place a little bit. He's trying to look up and he's doing a lot of things that years and years of an individual being an expert witness, they don't do. We train it out of them. We kind of beat it out of them. But
literally
we kind of do. Yeah, they get it beaten out of them over the experience. But does he appear credible? Am I holding any of that against him? No, not at all. I'm not. Is there a person on the jury who might be? I don't know. Maybe they look at Welcher and they look at the confidence Welcher had and they look at this and they look at the hesitation. They draw a distinction between it. Doesn't matter. It's the second time testifying as an expert witness. I expect someone to be nervous doing that, especially when they have a fucking camera on them or a regular camera on them.
that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection. Sustained as to full.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct.
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the juror so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43? Objection.
Sustained as to full.
It's leading as hell. And it's argumentative.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
Can I say it, Ian? Am I allowed to say it?
Mm-hmm.
Only if you're Dr. Welcher spreading load.
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that.
I could
Rob?
not. I'm sorry. You are talking about trigger events 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after, and now now the expert witness is holding out a measurement scale. I mean, I can't be mature enough to handle this right now.
I mean, if that's the measurement scale he's working with, he's going to be a little more popular than Dr. Welcher.
I mean, that's honestly, I think most ladies would find that to be I think most ladies would find that to be a problem. That'd be a problem.
That would be a problem, but you'd find a certain number and be willing to try.
That long, but the trigger is only 1 point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct? So in other words, it captures, or does it? Let me ask you this. Does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay.
God, the innuendo. I'm sorry, chat. My brain.
If we were to
it's
calculate
late on a
the
Friday.
window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
He does kind of look like DUI guy, just a little bit. I see the similarity.
It's the hair.
It's the hair. I can see the similarity.
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not
So-
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect?
Alan, that's. I don't know if you can get more leading than that. Like you started walking down that road and you saw Hank Brennan like perk up and go, "You know I'm going to object to this, right, asshole?" Like, actually, this actually gets me to a funny point. People were talking about Bev tipping off, or some allegation a while ago, Bev tipping off Brandon when to object. They're 100% guarantee, not even a question. Put it out of your mind. It didn't happen. Here's a funny thing that's an inside joke or / inside information when it comes to lawyers in court. We know when evidence is coming up and a certain subject matter is coming up, we know that the evidence is objectionable. We know the other side is going to try and get it in. Everyone is in on the joke. We all know that the question is going to be asked and the objection will be made. So the second the question does get asked, the judge is immediately looking over, or the second the topic is coming up, the judge is looking over at Hank Brennan going, "All right, I'm waiting for it. Ready? Okay, let's go ahead and have this discussion now." Happens all the time. So it's the same thing here. Alan Jackson was starting a question and going, "Wait a minute, this is really objectionable. Let me go ahead and rephrase this before Hank stands up."
Of timing, if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43.
There'd be approximately 5 second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Yeah.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now,
by the way, what this witness is giving is doing the vibes of all new experts. Ready? Like the wants to answer the question. Wants, like, Mr. Jackson, can you ask the question I want you to ask, please? Can we get to the part where I start explaining what I actually concluded? And this is frustrating for every expert witness. The experts have all the stuff in their brain, and we, the lawyers, have to get it out of their brain and in front of the jury. Knowing what's transpired in court beforehand that has put handcuffs on us and what we can do and how we can ask a question, playing within the rules of evidence, and the experts going there like, I have this information. I would like to give it to you. Can you ask me a question so I can just give you the information? And there's an objection. They're like, so yes, this facial expression right there. I've seen it, and Jackson's probably like, calm down. I'll get you there, just one step at a time.
which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date. It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Leading argumentative.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Borderline argumentative.
Sustained.
Yep. She went with argumentative.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's like, how do I ask the question? And Bev's like, ask it in a non-argumentative fashion. Like, just ask him what his opinion is when it comes to the lock event and how it's calculated.
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
That decision wasn't head scratching. That was argumentative and leading. He needed to rephrase it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
And it's complete?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
May I have that back from you for just a quick second?
It's 208. Thank you.
Fair enough, Michael Stetson. I agree with you.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. Disogra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint.
How would you describe the PowerPoint? I don't know. Analysis of times from Reed, Lexus, and O'Keefe phone. Seems kind of self-explanatory, Alan. It's got a page at the very beginning that says it is the analysis of times from Reed, Lexus, and O'Keefe iPhone. It's dated May 25th though, so that's probably what he's asking for.
PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between.
Oddly enough, though, stupid cameraman. Okay, so the chat goes nuts over this witness and how attractive the chat finds him. He starts talking about the PowerPoint, and where does the cameraman go? Immediately PowerPoint. You have Dr. Welcher on the stand for 2+ days, and he's talking about things on the PowerPoint slide, and the chat hates him. But where's the cameraman focused? Dr. Welcher, not the PowerPoint. All I want to see is the PowerPoint.
Between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With course
Yes, it's actually working great.
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
What is it?
You may explain.
I put a pillow, like a cervical pillow thing, like a neck pillow, on the Amazon wish list.
Yes.
Thinking that I would take it up to the land and use it there. But then I was like, well, I better test this before I bring it up and use it as my sole pillow. It's actually been so comfortable that I need to get a second one, because it's like I'm gonna keep one for home and one for everywhere, because it's actually been great. So yeah.
Fair. Nice. I enjoy that there's a full slide that is just aperture slide with a big green box around it that says, this should not say within, this should say after.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with, in Mr. Welcher's presentation, that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
That's right.
I'm going to allow it.
The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is...
Side note, if Hank had been about a second quicker with that objection, I think Judge Bev would have, or Judge Canoni would have actually stricken the response, because it did get into making an opinion on the credibility of the other witness. I think it was impermissible at that point in time.
What number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dash green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my
I'm not
additions.
sure the name of the
next
pillow.
slide.
I just got it on Amazon.
Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
Did you, I'm sorry, Mr. Disogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide.
Can I just
apart
say how
from
much
in
I
the
love
top
that?
Right, that came from
The remark, it's like, I'm just going to take all the like colorful shit that they had in here. I'm going to break it down into bullet points. My brain was like, yeah, like this is not an art project. This is informational. Yes.
Yep. He's like, I'm
Dr.
just going to
Welcher's-
Dr. Welcher is like, let me show you this giant freaking Excel sheet that is like absolutely miserable garbage to read. And he's like, it was busy. So I just, I cut it down to the critical elements so that you guys could understand.
There was a lot going on. I wanted to make it simple.
slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43, and they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out two methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the three-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
The crux of this is, why did Aperture pick one of those as opposed to the other? And why did they deem one of them to be less credible or less reliable than the other? That is the point. And he is saying that it would have been better from an analytical standpoint to present both as being possible, because not one is given more weight than the other one.
In Mr. Burgess's original report, I'm differentiating, the January report.
Side note, he was also brought in, and this is Jackson. Jackson is also bringing him in to basically try to hammer home to the jury. Burgess, who you probably already don't like because of his credentials and the other stuff, changed his report, and this is bringing that home. And how does that impact? How does that actually change the data that you are seeing?
Which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that? GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as 0.154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply?
So that's some of it. Then we get to this part here.
And I linked the pillow in the thing. It is an Amazon link, so they might throw me some pennies if you buy it through that. But
there you go. Ian linked the pillow. Ian gets the money.
Or before.
It'll be like 8 cents.
It means the log event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
Get that bag.
You've already indicated that you received a second report May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done 2 things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation, and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so,
oddly enough, I think this is the one area that Hank Brennan does not attack on cross. He goes after a lot, but he doesn't really go after the criticism by this expert regarding the choice of, I guess I would call it the anchoring point, right? On what you anchor the clock adjustment to. And this was a question that I always had, and I think the jury had it too. When we heard about Burgess, or not Burgess, or was it Burgess? It was Burgess, on how and why he chose the 3-point turn. I had a lot of questions because I'm thinking in my head going, aren't you adding a whole lot of variables to your math? Aren't you adding areas where you can be wrong? That was my question with the 3-point turn choice. And now this expert, I mean, it's almost not fair because the expert's kind of doing in argument form or in expert form what argument is reserved for, is pointing out the distinction. But he's analyzing the two reports and explaining it in a fashion that allows the jury to understand what changes were made from one to the other.
He then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3.
Flame Wine, let me put it this way. If he does, it wasn't the most impactful part of his cross. At least the part that I remembered. It was at a point where I didn't understand what was being made of it.
So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess, in his report, indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide, then. Is this a continuation of the
second half? So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock.
argument is basically this. The second that Shannon Burgess went from tying it to the calls to tying it to this 3-point turn, which has a variety of different things. I mean, all of this turns on whether we believe Shannon Burgess and the selection of the 3-point range and whether that 3-point range selection was the appropriate thing to choose. That's what it comes down to. Because the second the 3-point range comes into play, you see this variable get closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to the trigger time. Now, the green bar here is 100% meant to indicate, oh, this wasn't fair. This was after trial. And this is only done after trial commenced because they needed to get closer to this time.
So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct.
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just row 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
All right. Basically, you made an adjustment for a delay that was due to the key on turning on the infotainment system, but you did it only in your first report. You didn't do it in your second report.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at...
Okay, fast forward to a remark. We knew it was coming.
However, on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history?
Parameters about the doing.
In the car?
No.
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
Okay. So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I've got the whole line.
And I need to see its output.
Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Hang on, because when they come, wait. Was it right after a sidebar that Bev said that? Hang on. And I use colloquialisms and I use just random things. I know it's Judge Canoni.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not.
They came right back from.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
You know what? That was probably the court reporter that made that. That was probably due to the court reporter. That's frustrating, though. That's frustrating AF. Come on. Really? You were just at sidebar. Like, you're just at sidebar. You're right there in that moment. Your court reporter is transcribing everything that's taking place at sidebar. You couldn't make that comment to Mr. Jackson right then? Say, how much longer, Mr. Jackson? I'm trying to plan my time and time my breaks for the court reporter to take a break. You're waiting until that's kind of frustrating to me. That's ridiculous. That's dumb. Ask it at sidebar. Don't do it in front of the jury.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be.
Also, was there a single question asked of Hank, how much longer? Hank Brennan. I don't recall one. I don't think she's made that inquiry of Hank Brennan. And you can't tell me Hank Brennan doesn't get in the weeds. He's the master of the weeds. He goes in on the minute. He's not Adam Lally, but
A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just
understand. Respect.
And when you say I'm not curbing you in any way, what's the inference the jury draws?
It won't be very much longer. You reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were
Just
19
really until he comes
prior
back.
events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by?
I think it was a dumb point to end on for Alan Jackson. I really do. I don't like his decision to end on this point.
Any recorder on that car?
Oh, sorry.
None of the events were triggered by collision.
Oh, no worries. I was just trying to blow some air or blow some dust out of my air conditioner to try to get it to work better.
And
did you distribute the load evenly?
Rob?
It was a question. It's low hanging fruit, buddy. Low hanging fruit. You do that to me how many times?
Does the fruit hang low?
Does it wobble to and fro? Can you tie it in? Can you tie it in a bow? Okay.
Last question. Do any of the text stream events or any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welcher's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
I don't like this question. I don't like this question. I don't like how he ends his cross. I don't like this argument. I do not like the argument. I don't like how he does this. I really don't. Stick with the math, stick with the adjustment, stick with they adjusted their numbers because they needed to. Because remember how the last juror in the last trial made the comment about how the defense was throwing smoke and mirrors, right? Or smoke and distractors or whatever they called them, right? This is smoke and a distractor. The text stream data does not record an incident like that. That testimony comes out in cross, where you would not expect the text stream data to record a collision. Text stream data didn't record a collision with the Traverse. The text stream data would not be expected to record a collision with a pedestrian. So why would you focus on an argument like that when it could be perceived by the jury as misleading? I didn't like it. I did not like that. That's where you end with it. And yes, I see you guys making jokes at me about Green Eggs and Ham. One of my favorite books, by the way.
Really?
Green Eggs and Ham?
Yeah, really?
Yeah, you know why?
Why is that?
Because the publisher gave the author, Dr. Seuss, a challenge and said you could not possibly write a book without using a multisyllabic word. And he said, bet. And then he threw in one to make a point.
What's the one multisyllabic word?
I do not eat them here or there. Finish
Do not eat them anywhere.
There you go. I love that. I learned that in a course on effective legal writing. It was.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
But none of the events would be expected to be triggered by a collision. So Hank Brennan gets up, and my God, does he start swinging. This is defense counsel. Hank Brennan proved to me he was formerly a defense attorney. Might not be anymore, but he's formerly a defense attorney with this.
He still is.
He is.
I mean, he's just playing prosecutor for this this file.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess.
No, we take the recess. Wait, come on, Hank. I need you. I don't really need you. I just have to do this to be completely fair.
And Mr. Disogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on and the fans. It's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Y'all remember the story I told you about the 1/4 inch?
Rob?
No, it's not that. The 1/4 inch between the collar and the tie.
You're not making it better.
I don't know how I didn't make it worse. I don't know if it made it worse. It wasn't great.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022? Objection.
Alan Jackson was 100% right with that objection. Why was that objection made, Ian?
I mean,
go ahead, go off. I want you to rant here because you're allowed to.
Like, it's not an appropriate question because that is not what he's here to testify about. He was testifying about, so it's like if you've got, imagine the Rust trial. You bring in an expert who's like, you bring in the expert on the firearm who says, the sear is whatever. And you're like, are you trying to argue that Baldwin didn't have the gun pointed at? And it's like, that's not what they're there for. It's misleading.
It's not just misleading. It's burden shifting. It's burden shifting. It is argumentative in the fact that it is burden shifting. So asking if he is trying to opine or offer an opinion that Ms. Reed's vehicle did not strike John O'Keefe is shifting the burden to the process or to the defense, somehow implying by way of your question that the defense has to prove that that John O'Keefe's vehicle did not, or John O'Keefe was not struck by Ms. Reed's vehicle. The question was an immediate shot across the bow, and it took a set of stones to ask that as your first question, but it's burden shifting. It was completely improper.
Should never have been granted.
It's completely improper. It should not have been asked. It was a swing that he made as the first question in hopes that he could get that bite at the apple. And what does Judge Cannoni do?
I mean, basically whatever the Commonwealth asks her to.
People that are saying that it's good, that this question is good. This question is not good. This question is not what you want to see from a prosecutor because it's not a fair question. It implies a burden on the defense to prove anything. It should not be asked. It should not be allowed. I get the point. People that don't like Karen Reed, people that like the Commonwealth's case, I get the point. They like the question being asked. You're not coming here and saying it didn't happen, did you? But even then, you have to understand the implication drawn from the question. The implication from the question is that the defense has to prove something.
And part of why it's improper is because it feels like a good question. Because if it just seemed like a bullshit question right off the outset, then, but a lot of the things that are objectionable are because they feel like they are good, that they are helpful, but in fact are sort of false friends, that they teach us something, that they, tell us that things are a particular way when really, that question doesn't actually get us there.
And this is a really good point too. It's not good, but Jackson's getting a taste of his own medicine, LOL. I will actually agree with you a little bit, and then I'll fight with you on a little bit more. Here's where I'll agree with you. Alan Jackson asks a lot of argumentative questions. He plays right there on that line of what you're allowed to ask and not ask. Most good attorneys do. And he throws a lot of argumentative jabs into his questions. Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson share a lot. It's just, maybe it's just my perception of the tone. Now, here's where I'm going to quibble with you. You cannot view these two attorneys in the same posture. You can't. You were not allowed to. Let me tell you why you're not allowed to. Because one represents the state and the other represents the defendant. That's why. It's as simple as that. Hank Brennan says repeatedly that the Commonwealth has a right, what is it? The right to a fair trial?
Yeah, and it's
They
like,
don't.
do you though?
They don't. There's no articulable right to a fair trial for the Commonwealth in the Constitution or any other constructing documents. You know who has a constitutional right to a fair trial? A defendant.
Ooh, Karen Reed.
A defendant. Period. End of story. I explain to all the people that watch my videos that I, generally speaking, will always have a defense lien. That is my bias. That is my understanding walking into any particular case. I will always have a defense lien. And yes, for those of you asking, even in the Murdoch case, I had a defense lien because I hold the Commonwealth, the state, or whoever the prosecuting body is to the full extent of their burden. And that burden is beyond any reasonable doubt. And in this jurisdiction, to a moral certainty. And I don't take that lightly. When I mean the prosecution of the Commonwealth with all the resources they have, and I mean all the resources, they are the state seeking to deprive an individual of life, liberty, or property, and they have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the offense in order to do so. So I will always have a defense lien, and to be honest, the law should and must always be interpreted with the rights of the defendant.
I mean, the law is built with a defense lien.
It is. It's built that way. The law is viewed and it should be interpreted with the rights of the defendant being superior to any claimed rights by the state or government entity. Period. End of story. That is how it works. That's how it's designed. That's what it's supposed to be. I will fight to my death with that argument being made. So I have a big issue with burden shifting. Now, why is Hank Brennan showing his defense lawyer side? Because this is the swing you take as a defense lawyer. Because you know that those laws are supposed to be interpreted in favor of the defense. And you can get away with stuff. So he takes a swing. Now, why do I hate that he does it? Because he's not the defense. Because he's the prosecutor. Because he's not supposed to be doing the same shit he was doing when he's on the other side of the aisle. These two parties in this case are not and cannot be viewed equally and on the same playing field. You are never allowed to do that. Ever. The rights of the accused must always stand superior to any claimed rights of the state. And you cannot ever, for even a second, allow the state to shift their burden of proof in front of the jury to the defendant by implying the defendant has to prove anything. That's why this one question deserved its rant. I gave its rant. I did the rant. And you know what, Evie? I just saw this flying by. Phenomenal point. Phenomenal point. Just like Carrie Morrissey. Yep. 100%. For those of you who don't know who Carrie Morrissey is, Carrie Morrissey was the prosecutor that prosecuted the Alec Baldwin case. And prosecuted that case like a defense counsel. You know what that resulted in? Prosecuting the case the way she did?
I don't know. I
Dismissal
cut her
with
more
prejudice.
slack than most people do, but
I did up until her deciding to testify.
I think she got screwed by the police on that one.
I will agree in large part, but there were certain decisions that she made in the presentation of evidence and the representation she made that pissed me off. But remember, even in her style of examination, right? She would direct examine, allow cross, and then on redirect, she'd come up and do just what Hank Brennan's doing. She would lead like hell. She'd go like crazy with the leading, right?
Yeah. No, I did take issue with that.
Yeah, two lawyers doing the same damn thing. So I hated this question. Let's see what Judge Cannoni does. And for those of you who are wondering, we're going to hear the question again. Oh, and by the way, for those of you thinking that I'm somehow on the side of Alec Baldwin, no, I thought he was guilty of sin. I really thought that if I apply the law to the facts and circumstances as I knew them, that would have been a righteous conviction, and that's with my defense lean.
But his defense did a great
damn
job.
Good job. They did a damn good job. Was the young Nico? Who was the lawyer?
Yeah, I forget his name now.
I forget his name. He was that last argument he made. And it was a complete setup.
Oh yeah.
He knew Morrissey was going for it, and he held it in his back pocket. Spiro. Yeah, Spiro. It was a great move.
I mean, I got my theories as to what happened on that one, but yeah.
Let's listen to the question again.
Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
Why are you allowing this?
You shouldn't allow the question to be asked. And honestly, that should bring about a clarifying instruction. That fucking pissed me off. That needed an instruction. That needed an instruction to the jury. The defendant has no obligation to prove anything. Oh. And I can't tell, by Judge Cannoni's ruling, I can't tell if she was caught off guard with it, if she didn't think it would do harm, if she thought that the answer itself would dispel the prejudice that the question invoked. Maybe it's the last part.
I mean, if she thought that, then she is probably regularly outwitted by paste.
It warranted an instruction to the jury that the defense has no obligation to prove anything. And honestly, being the first question of the first defense witness, if I'm Jackson, I'm asking to approach. Although I don't know that Jackson thought he was going to come out swinging like that. I didn't predict Hank Brennan coming out with that being his first question. So everyone's sitting flat-footed, and Hank Brennan takes a swing for the fences and lucks out.
No, sir. Are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022, or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You were not suggesting to this jury that Ms. Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision, isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I hate Alan Jackson's point. Why end your direct examination of this witness with that?
Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS, or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
That's what your own expert
not
said.
sure I understand.
Can we pause?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Go.
That's
go,
what
go.
your own fucking expert said, Brennan.
Yeah.
Like, does he not understand what his expert said? Because his expert straight up said.
No. I think he
Like-
had a list of questions to ask.
Oh.
I don't think he understood the question. I don't think he understood it. But here's the other point. The whole, are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
I mean, that's
Hank Brennan better be pretty good at reading the jury, because you want to pull that shit. You want to pull that? You better feel like you got at least 3 or 4 of them on your side, and at the very least that none of them hate you. Because if any of them hate you already, oh, they really hate you now.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing it.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure.
That's conflating. This is the other problem. This is why I said that Hank Brennan doesn't understand the data. He doesn't understand the questions, because the question is not 30% acceleration. It's 30% on the damn pedal. It's 30% open. It's 30% fuel to the engine.
Immediately after starting up. Like, it wasn't just 30% whenever, or 30%, sorry, immediately after throwing it into reverse. It's not just 30% anytime, it's that it happens right after the revert.
I know. It's a terrible question. And the problem is she tries to use this as a slam dunk. And like I said, if there's a juror who likes Hank, that juror loves the question. I hate it because it's misleading.
Sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Side note, witness, great. I love the response. I love it. He's like, accelerator? Oh, you're talking about that. Okay. Now that we're talking about, this is also why Alessi takes such care in the whole, will you agree to that parlance? Because make sure you're speaking the same language before you start asking technical questions. Hank Brennan does not.
Yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on?
All right, let me tell you why this question is stupid. Is there an accelerated depression angle that, well, I guess it matters on the damn circumstances. Like Ian said before, if I'm throwing it out of park into reverse and all of a sudden the accelerator is depressed at 30% angle, yeah, that's going to be concerning. If I'm on the highway and the accelerator goes from a 25% angle to a 45% angle, does the Toyota give a shit? Probably not. So if the accident, or not accident, if the collision detection system is activated and starting to beep at me and it detects a 30% depression in the accelerator, the Toyota is probably going to freak the fuck out. But to give a general question, is there an angle that I can depress the accelerator where it's going to record something? Huh? Sir, under what circumstances?
What percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the texturing data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data into the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
There we go. No pedestrian impact. That's why I don't like the point that Alan Jackson made at the end. Amy, I can't imagine anyone liking Hank Brennan, but I know that Rob and Runkle both liked him at first. He was a stark contrast to Adam Lally. The dude had life. He could tell a story. He seemed like he might be above board. And then I started watching him argue more and more and more. And I realized that when he said, like, I'm not trying to do this, He was trying to do
Every
that.
time he said, I'm not doing X, he was doing X.
He was every single time. And he does one at the end of today, too.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
Scoring points, but the witness isn't fighting him. Notice the difference in tone, demeanor, delivery, responses, all of the above from Dr. Welcher. Hank Brennan is putting up points on the board. He's making points about the text stream data not recording events, the sideswipe not possibly catching it. Scoring points, but the witness isn't fighting him like an asshole.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit. I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses.
Okay, so I have Hank spread up to 1.25. Hank at normal speed doesn't sound like an asshole with this witness.
And graphs you're talking about deal with
This
the
is good
10-second text
This is
stream
solid.
data
I
that
have
was
no
captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right? And the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the aperture reports referenced.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen.
If you were to take Hank Brennan's voice and somehow remove a little bit of the Boston and instead replace it with Alan Jackson's voice, they sound, at least at this stage of cross-examination, identical. They have the same style of cross, at least here, 100%. You want to fight me on it?
No.
Cool. Go back and watch. I mean, I'm looking at the chat. Go back and watch some of Alan Jackson's cross-examinations. At least at this setting, they're identical. Cadence, pace, questions, style of questions, not a whole lot of argumentative. Now, here's where, I mean, Hank starts getting cute with stuff. So does Jackson. God, what was it? Don't be shy. Hang on, I got to find the don't be shy. Where is it? Now, I caveat that. I said at that stage.
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
God, I ask this question all the time. This is the defense question. This is a defense lawyer question if I've ever heard one. Were you ever asked not to write a report? No. Was there a reason you couldn't write a report? Why didn't you write a report? Does any of this matter, legally speaking? No. Does the jury pick up on it, and can one juror draw an inference from it, like someone being shady? Yeah, that's why you ask the question. I have always thought it's stupid. I have never bought into it. Some jurors disagree.
And all it takes is one person answering yes. And,
Exactly.
you know, it's a free lottery ticket.
Yeah.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint.
Yes.
And then you received information from Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
And then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th?
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th?
Correct.
Okay. Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
But they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
Don't be shy.
If there's a single juror that hates him, oh baby, they really hate him now. Oh God. I can't. And the thing is, the people that hate Karen Reed, they hear that and they love it. It sounds like a dunk. To everyone that's fighting me on the whole Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson, the same person. You take transcripts, like take the tone out, take a lot of this out, take transcripts, which honestly is the only
You know what the
appeals
difference
courts care
is?
about.
I don't think Jackson would have taken the file on the other side.
No, I don't. But if you were to take transcripts of the two in their cross-examination, and if I were to just mix them up, you had no idea what the case was, and give you the transcripts, I bet you couldn't tell the difference. I think you'd have a difficulty doing it. I knew chat was going to fucking hate me for this. I knew they were going to hate me for this. I knew they were. Yes, you're right. Different ethics. They have different, and I said that beforehand, guys. I said it before. Different requirements of them. I treat them inherently differently as I view them. But if you are asking me as a lawyer, do they have similar styles in cross-examination? Mm-hmm. They do. And for those of you thinking that, a lot of you thinking that Alan Jackson's never rude.
Oh, he's rude all the time.
He's rude all the time. And argumentative. And he throws in snide remarks. They just, to the chat, they just feel better because you feel that he's righteous in making those remarks. Flip the script.
And the chat is also correct about that.
I tend to agree with a lot of the remarks, especially with the witness he's giving them to. Hank Brennan, I mean, this is not patty cake. I mean, this is the big leagues. So
Not patty cake, but is there a baker man there?
There might be a baker's man. I don't know. That's the one witness we don't have in this case, a baker's man. So right now, I'm just enjoying the fact that chat is roasting me. 100% roasting me.
Well, you did kind of earn it. I
It
mean,
is
you know
it
what you
is.
did.
I know what I did. I know how the chat leans. I know how that happens. But I always said, what did I say? What did I say when we were covering the defense or the prosecution's case when I was being super critical? I said, wait till we get to the defense case. Wait. Just wait. And y'all are going to hate me for it, but I'm going to give equal criticism to both sides. This is equal criticism.
Chad, it's okay to hate him. I give you permission.
My response to Brennan being an asshole is mommy, he started it. Nope. It's not mommy, he started it. It's just that cross-examination takes different forms, different styles. Every lawyer is different. Alessi is different. Lolly's different. Yannetti's different. Jackson's different. Brennan's different. They all have different styles. Jackson can be rude as hell. So can Brennan. So can Yannetti. They all can. And yes, guys, reminding me about the burden of proof. I get the burden of proof, and I get the ethical question here. I get all of that. Don't forget the fact that about 15 minutes ago, I was giving a fucking rant and a normal rant about Ian, I hate you. And
I like how I've got you doing it now.
I know. A normal rant about how the first question out of Hank Brannan's mouth was improper and for what reasons it was improper and how the different burdens are the way they are. Don't forget where I just gave that explanation. Good God.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple extra days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know what was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report.
It's not AJ. I like
that was the
Alan
additions.
Yanetti's cross drives me nuts.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please have this on the 25th.
We had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
Gee, doesn't that sound similar to what we speculated occurred between Hank Brannan and Shannon Burgess? Like the exact thing that we thought happened between Hank Brannan and Shannon Burgess? That Hank Brannan denied happening? Huh. Isn't it funny? Experts only do things when you ask them to do it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually. Okay.
It's a good move. Draw attention to their late response and somehow trying to find a way to justify yours. Are they treated the same in terms of the law? No. Does the jury see them differently? I don't know. Might cancel out. Now, Brennan has some semblance of composure for a lot of this cross-examination. That is until after the lunch break. And at some point in time, so I thought Brennan's cross was fine for a while. And I don't know who served him lunch today or what they served him, but it must have been a shit meat sandwich because holy crap. Did you notice the difference? Did you watch today?
Mm-hmm.
Different person, right? Between morning and lunch, like beginning cross, end cross.
He, yeah, maybe he, somebody put something in his cornflakes.
6 of Mr. Disogra's amended PowerPoint presentation.
Amended.
Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably, some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
Good response. Not fighting too much. Clarifying your response. No problem at all. Minnesota knows my problem with the Brennan is he gets overly emotional about everything. That means when he gets emotional, I can't take him seriously. We're about to get to that type of point. That's the point I was making. I thought he did great at the beginning of Cross. Like I was like, oh, dude, Brennan scoring points. Who's this person? Haven't seen this lawyer the whole trial. Be really interesting if you could keep it. Oh, shit. That's what it felt like. It was like, this is really interesting. I wonder how this trial is going to play out if this cross-examination can remain focused, calm, and composed. Oh, damn it. There it goes.
And then he gets angry.
Data from the
like,
yeah. And he gets angry about the dumbest points. It's like, it's my comment about Yannetti that I make sometimes, where Yannetti can't leave good enough alone. Like when he was cross-examining John O'Keefe's friend about the relationship and characterize the relationship as being loving or lovey-dovey or something like that. And the witness wasn't accepting that characterization. And you saw about 15 minutes of cross on whether it would be appropriate to characterize it as something. And I'm just going, why? Just drop the point. I mean, move on. He's not going to jump. He's not going to accept your characterization. Why are you going to be pushing on it? Now, Brennan's like that times like 15. Brennan is the dog that sees the car, wants to catch the car, and doesn't realize that, you know, by running and catching the car, you face a bumper, but you don't know what to do with the bumper.
The SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is, with the other chips, part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Oh, fuck off.
So,
yeah. Remember how he said he gets emotional and like reactive and like he's like a dog chasing a car, doesn't know what he's going to do with it? That it's like he can't help but be an asshole. Someone give him a fucking Snickers or a regular Snickers. You know what? No, give Brennan a fucking Snickers. Just
That's
can
the
we
sort he needs right here.
Do we just need to feed him? Like, if we actually feed him, is he less irritable and an asshole? I don't know.
Or maybe he's powered by it.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It's like he went away in the lunch break and he's like, hey, and then someone kicked him square in the nuts, and he came back and he's like, I'm really pissed off. I don't know why I'm mad, but I'm mad. The hell was that remark?
But I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So,
Mr. Disogra, I feel you, bro. Like you heard that the same way I did, and I was like, really, dude, really. Like I said, if there's someone, I mean, Hank Brennan is playing a risky game. If there is someone on that jury that doesn't like his bullshit, it ain't gonna play well. Which is also what I say about Yannetti or Jackson sometimes during his crosses. Like, if there's a juror that doesn't like what you're doing, this is not going to play well.
So, when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess' report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3-second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know,
shout.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
Dude, I feel for lawyers arguing in this courtroom. You can hear Hank Brennan breathing, like trying to shout that question. Now, it'd be easier if he standing closer to the damn microphone, but you can hear him go, you did not hear. He's like yelling the question. That is wild. The fans in this courtroom.
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe.
What is this chick doing back here? Like there's a
That thing. You're adding.
I can't tell if she has your back. Just watch.
Event.
God, I hope not.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds.
like what just did you see that? What just happened in court? She like does a full on like crane of the.
You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key-on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key-on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on.
Ouch. Hank, did that question feel good? Because you just got a nice open-ended answer to your question. I don't think helps you. Oof. Oof.
And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key-on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key-on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. He looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key-on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
This is also my point with Hank Brennan. And the problem is that there might be people on the jury that are viewing this witness's clarification as being, I don't know, obtuse or argumentative. But that's not the problem. The problem is Hank Brennan doesn't understand the material. He doesn't understand the questions he's asking.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You look at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3 second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3 second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so
for people that were criticizing Judge Cannoni when Alessi was going with Dr. Welcher, I don't know if Hank Brennan realized that or not or whatever, but he allows this witness a significant amount of latitude to say yes, but. Generally speaking, you don't have to. You can usually cut him off. This witness got just as much latitude to clarify his answers as Welcher took when Alessi was crossing him.
That's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key-on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but not this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry, finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems that key-on timer is basically simultaneous with the key-on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3 second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. If we had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same, or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct, and that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report.
Oh, okay.
And you made some assumptions.
Here we go. This was my part. This was when Hank Brennan decided that he was going to go full on stupid. Like, Hank Brennan was like, I've been halfway there all day. I mean, I've gone 3/4 a couple of times. I'm just going to go full on stupid.
Disappointing.
Assumptions about this, didn't you?
It's not. I mean, it's a decision. It's
I'm not
the
sure.
right
I
one.
applied the numbers in his third column to the times. So, I mean, that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy.
It's the most endearing
You said on
thing
direct
Hank had said
examination
all
that
day. Hank goes, here's the more fire alarms. Oh boy. Okay, of course, during my damn question.
was matching. You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart, so
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion, that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any of that?
If you're picking up what Hank is putting down right now, does it sound like Hank is impeaching his own witness's report?
A little bit.
Independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
That, like I said, he can't resist it. And yeah, Mr. Disogra, I'm with you. That's a completely appropriate facial expression. Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out from answering the question. That was what you just heard. Blaming Aperture is not going to get you away from answering the question. What an asshole.
Sustained. Sure.
Yeah, stop. Can you tell him to stop being a prick?
1 or 2 seconds to be talking.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other?
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree all of your assumptions and conclusions are accurate.
They're not.
Let me clarify what the issue is. I was about to say the fucking issue, and then I realized that you were going to correct me, and I was going to correct myself, which we've gone down this rabbit hole too many times. This witness is taking at face value the data being reported in Aperture's report. Hank Brennan is mad that this witness did not go and verify whether that information was correct before criticizing the information. The information that his own experts put forward in front of the jury as being correct. So, how am I supposed to take that? Am I supposed to believe that you don't trust your own experts?
I mean, that's good because I don't trust his experts either.
Did you hear the part where he's like, Shannon Burgess was remarkably impressive. Were you impressed by the fact that he went for this SD card and knew exactly what he was doing with that credentials and a degree? Were you amazed by his intellect and intuition? Now, Jackson has a little fun in Cross, and we can play that, and then I'm going to get to the closing dispute for today.
I think I may need to crash out, so
you can do that. I apologize for keeping you so long.
You don't need to apologize. I had fun, but I think I'm going to crash because I am out of brain. I've run out.
That's fair. That's fair.
Good night, all. Good night, Rob.
Night, Ian. Thanks, buddy. Let's see. I'm going to go to where Jackson has a little bit of fun with this in Cross, and then we're going to wrap up 6:13.
Or insinuating that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Hang on. Oh, good. Last question.
A forensic certainty is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on.
Yes. Thank you, Jack. Well, I don't know if I want to say that. Mr. Mayhoff Jack, Green Eggs and Ham bet was that he couldn't write a book with only 50 different words. Yes. Yes. That was the other part I forgot about it. Green Eggs and Ham finished with 49 monosyllabic words and 1 multisyllabic word in anywhere. Yes. Thank you for the specifics of that bet. I remembered a lot of it, but the bet was the 50 different words. And he couldn't do it with using just 50 different words, write an entire book that would sell. And it did. Oh, and for those of you who are questioning my ADHD, this is case in point. I absolutely have ADHD, and I take extra Adderall on nights when I have a live stream like this because I need to focus for longer periods of time, which is actually how I can manage Ian when he's on too. Sorry, distraction. Last question on Brennan, then we'll go to Alan Jackson's redirect.
On the text stream data, you know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back. to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really
I
hear
don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's 19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision.
Again, conflating this I would have, I don't know that I would have done this, but Hank Brennan doing this repeatedly, and I feel like he's going to do this with the other witnesses. So if I'm the defense, not that they ever need to listen or do listen, but if the defense ever listens to us, at least file a motion, a written motion in limine, specifically citing this, and put it on the record, these argumentative questions and burden shifting. This is remarkably improper to me. This notion that somehow the defense expert witness has to offer an opinion that would suggest that Karen Reed has any burden of proof whatsoever. I don't like it. I don't like the way they question it. I don't like the way that the question is phrased. I think at the very least, you should have some concise ruling from the court, whether it's a sidebar or otherwise, saying, Mr. Brennan, if you're going to go down this road of asking what the conclusion is, you may do that. You may ask them to narrow the conclusion, but I don't think that you can just ask the question of saying, you're not here to offer an opinion that this didn't happen, are you? Because that's burden shifting. You cannot do that. You cannot say that the defense has an obligation to prove that something didn't happen. And you can't suggest that to the jury by way of your questions. It's improper. It's argumentative. You can't do it. So I think that there needs to be a motion filed. I really do. And you better damn well believe that I would be pounding my fist on the table every time you would do it. I mean, I would would I say I would violate Judge Bev's rule? I might. If he kept doing this after being admonished at sidebar, I might object and say, objection, Your Honor, he is attempting to shift a burden to the defense that does not exist. I don't know. This is one of those really careful games where, as defense counsel, let me put it this way: if you're a prosecutor, if you're a state attorney or a prosecutor, when the court sanctions you, the sanctions that are available are monetary in nature, but they usually go to the office. The office pays them, or they can be punitive in measure, but generally speaking, not at the cost of the interest of justice, which means they very rarely will throw the case out. You guys remember Judge Summer in the case of Alec Baldwin. It took a lot for her to get to that sanction of throwing the case out. It can be an instruction or a clarifying instruction, which at the very least I think should have happened or should be happening here. Or really those are the remedies you have. Prosecutors don't get sanctioned. It very rarely happens. The sanction that happens when it comes to prosecutors is maybe an instruction. But what does an instruction do? Nothing. The bell's been rung. Can't unring it. Defense counsel, well, the judge is always happy to strike their evidence. Sometimes. Or monetary sanctions, where the lawyer has to pay it out of pocket or the client has to pay it out of pocket. So I don't like that we play this game of, I don't know, rules for thee or not for me, or that we should all abide by the same set of rules, because quite candidly, I don't think the defense should ever have to abide by the same set of rules as the prosecution. Call me biased, call me what you will. I've always been of that mindset. Because the consequence of the prosecution violating a rule is that you put someone who does not and should not be in jail in jail. And I view that as being more significant a harm than the opposite of that. So I don't know. I very much would appreciate seeing a motion fervently argued, hell, I'd pick Yannetti. Yeah, give me Yannetti on this motion argument. For all that I don't like about some of the witness testimony, give me him arguing this any day. I want to hear it for the record, and I want it loud. I don't want him to go in there and say, Judge, we need to be heard with the dramatics and the theatrics, but I want him to argue it. And I want him to make clear with the transcript of what took place that there's burden shifting taking place in these questions. Because here's the thing. This is the first expert witness. The first. I can guarantee you 1,000% that this is going to occur with every witness, every expert witness the defense puts on. And it's not okay. Whose burden is it always? And does it remain with, throughout the entirety of the case, the prosecution? Can the prosecution imply that the defense has a burden to prove anything at all? No. And doing so is improper. So, file a motion. Do it. You know, I have watched, I tried to stay away from this case for a while, and the players involved, but I have watched some of the commentary between Mark Betterow, Peter, etc. I largely agree with Betterow's style here of the aggressive approach with putting things on the record. I think Betterow plays like Hank. Again, respecting the fact they're in different roles. Swing. Take your swing. And if you're going to swing, throw the knockout punch. Like, shoot for the moon. So I think there needs to be a motion filed. I don't like it. This is the second or third time that we've heard this in this cross-examination, and it needs to stop. It very much needs to stop. You cannot do this as the prosecutor. The defense can do this all day, because the defense, all they have to do is poke reasonable doubt. This is the conflating of the issues. And this is also why I see some of the disparity in the comments on Twitter or X or wherever is the people that are anti-Karen Reed, or the people that are saying Karen Reed is guilty. Okay. One, I don't have a dog in this fight. I really don't. I don't. Hard pressed to prove that some conspiracy took place. I completely, at this point in time, I believe that that the investigators or Trooper Proctor did some things to help improve the case. I believe the investigation was complete bullshit. I believe this prosecution never should have been brought. And candidly, I do not believe that the injuries are consistent with being struck by a vehicle. That is me. That is my opinion. It's where I am. So I am an NG. That's where I am. At the conclusion of the prosecution's case, which is when I should feel most confident, I am in turn feeling most confident that I am a not guilty verdict. And I can tell you, if I'm in that jury room, there is no body that's convincing me one way in the opposite direction. That said, I am still going to provide my analysis on the assumption that there are people that are viewing this evidence a different way than I am. And I'm going to give that view ample consideration and discussion, because I think it's a fair viewpoint that people can establish based on what's been presented to them. So that, how do I phrase this? There's been something that's been fundamentally misunderstood from the commencement of the case, and it's been fundamentally misunderstood on X, Twitter, public commentary. Hell, some of the lawyers that are commenting on it. I saw a lawyer who was offering commentary after the conclusion of this witness testified and was like, this witness just got slaughtered. The fuck trial were you watching? Like, what were you watching? Because I didn't see that. I saw the prosecutor putting up some points, but I also saw some improper shit happening. And then I see people calling out improper stuff by Jackson or Yannetti or Alessi or anything else, or people calling out commentary. And here's what I say to that. If you're going to call balls and strikes, call them the same way in both directions. Does Alan Jackson make argumentative objections or questions? Yes. Does Hank Brennan? Yes. Do we hold them to the same standard? Nope. Can't. And that's where I think a lot of the commentary becomes very frustrating to me. The people that are of the mindset that Karen Reed is guilty and that Hank Brennan can do no wrong, the people that are of that mindset are holding these two sides on equal footing. And it's like they play this game of whataboutism. Well, whataboutism? ARCA, you didn't provide ARCA, blah, 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 blah. And I think that I will never agree with them on a fundamental level, because I don't view these two parties as being on the same. They're not the same. They're not. And like I said before, I will fight to my death to preserve the argument that the defendant is the one with the rights. They are. And I recognize that there are victims. There are victims that might not see justice because of that fact. And that is remarkably sad. In response to that, I look at the state and I say, you have these resources. Do better. You have every investigative tool and power and resource. I mean, look at the resources you could bring to bear. Look at the resources brought to bear in this trial. The millions of dollars spent on the prosecution of this case. Let me ask you a question, hypothetically speaking. What if that money that you are spending on the prosecution right now, what if that money and those resources, all these experts, what if you took that money and you spent that money on educating your police force, on implementing systems within the police force to establish accountability, advanced training, and corrective training in investigative methods? Wow. Wow. Isn't that a novel idea? What is the more appropriate use of resources? Spending money on a prosecution and experts, or taking the money that you're spending to try and fix a clusterfuck that was established by a police force that very clearly did not conduct a proper investigation? And whoever says this was a proper investigation loses all credibility in my eyes. End of story. End of story. I did not start covering this case at the very inception of the case. But when I jumped in with a heavy amount of skepticism on what the defense was saying. It felt like smoke and mirrors and bullshit at first glance. And then I was watching, and I watched the trial, and I listened to the evidence, and I listened to the argument, and I listened to what was taking place behind the scenes. And you saw the solo cups and all the other crap, and you're looking at this going, are you kidding me? So, what is more expensive? And the question is, when does society decide they are ready to bear the cost? Because here's the argument that's going to take place in the body politic. And the argument that takes place in the body politic is this. If we drop the prosecution, then a potential person who did a very big bad thing goes free and the victim does not receive their justice. Okay. That is the parade of horribles on one side of the equation. Steal Justice Brennan. Or borrow from Justice Brennan. So the parade of horribles is bad person, not convicted, goes free. So we need to spend more money at the prosecution. Okay. Why? How can we get budget approvals for that? Like spend money at the prosecution to try and salvage something when you're missing the root cause entirely. And how pissed off does the body politic have to be to say to this victim and say, I am sorry. I am sorry for what you experienced and what you went through, and the fact that you might not ever have closure to all of this. You might not ever have closure. But to have the courage as the body politic to look at that victim and say, you might not have closure, but here's what we're going to do. We are going to actually address some of these root issues and make sure that no other victim has to face a situation where they don't have closure again. Because we're going to make sure that every investigation from this point forward doesn't have any of these loopholes. Now, the fight there is multi-staged and tiered, because you got to fight some pretty big unions, political heavy hitters, lobbyists, all of the above. When is it going to be enough? As a society, when have we heard enough and seen enough that we're willing and able to have that mature discussion? To be candid, one of the reasons I don't talk about politics is because of that exact question. There are opinions on both sides of the political aisle when it comes to any number of things: taxes, allocation of resources for taxes, schools, educational expenses, real estate taxes. Pick your poison. When are things painful enough for all of us to come down and sit down and have a discussion about the serious problems and how we're going to fix them? I don't know. And this case is an illustrator that perhaps the time might be now. Like maybe instead of spending, you know how much this prosecution alone, if you took the money that was spent on this prosecution alone and you put it towards training resources for police, I don't know that you would get, I don't know. I don't know that would yield a whole lot. I think a lot of it has to be twofold. You have to have the carrot and the stick. You gotta be able to weed out the bad and encourage the good. Encouraging the good takes money and training and stuff. Weeding out the bad takes courage, political courage. Let's go in there and fire people. To fire a Yuri Buchanan. When are we going to have the political courage to have that discussion that a supervising officer who is in a group chat with one of the officers they are supervising, or troopers they're supervising, and the trooper they're supervising is engaging in that type of conduct, and there is no reprimand, no correction, no nothing? When are we going to have the balls, lady balls, male balls, I don't care, when are we going to have the stones to fire that person? When is it going to happen? Because you can't tell me that's okay. We don't accept that of the individuals tasked with investigating the wrongs that happen to our families, to our loved ones. It's shocking to me. And I don't comprehend. I cannot fathom how a community faces something like this trial and does not have a complete top to bottom reassessment of where their resources are being spent and whether they are being appropriately spent. Because what in the hell is going on in Canton, Massachusetts? Why have they decided? Because let me be very clear here. Prosecutions and decisions on whether or not to proceed with a prosecution is a political decision. What do I mean by political decision? I don't mean right wing, left wing. I don't mean any of that. I mean, it's a political decision in that we as a society decide who should and should not be prosecuted, and we decide the standard by which we're going to proceed with that. And in How do we do that? We do that by voting into office DAs who decide whether they're going to prosecute or not prosecute. Prosecutorial discretion. How the hell does this investigation not yield a top to bottom reassessment of that prosecutorial discretion and whether it's in the hands of the right person? Because what the fuck? The amount of money. Let's say that you get the conviction. Prosecutor, let's say you get the conviction. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you got the conviction. Congratulations, you have convicted Karen Reed. How much did it cost you to get it? How much cash, money, taxpayer funds? How much did you have to raise taxes or move money from other allocated resources? Schools, transportation, other things for which tax dollars are used. How much did it cost you to convict her at the end of the day? I would love a dollar for dollar assessment on money that could have gone to other programs or things within the county. That would be a phenomenal analysis. How much did you lose in getting that conviction? And that's just so do the dollar math. Count that up. Then I want you to say, how much political capital did you lose? And by political capital, what I mean is that how much trust that your community placed in you, how much trust did you lose? What percentage of the people in the community trusted you to make the right call? What were the margins when you were last elected in office? The promises you made when you were campaigning? How much did you lose in that conviction? Was the cost worth it? The cost to the children, whom, I mean, I don't know how the budget's allocated, but I imagine that public funds are public funds. In some sense of the word, they are. How much did you disrupt your economy? How much did you disrupt your school system? To try for a second time this case. Aperture paid $400,000 on this case. I can't. On these facts, I can't justify the prosecution. Not if you are a dutiful and faithful steward of the faith bestowed on you by the body politic that put you into office, or the money that the taxpayers pay to you. Sorry, rant over. Rob, stop talking, stop ranting. People don't think about that, the cost of these prosecutions. It's like, well, it's putting a guilty person behind bars. I'd pay anything to put a guilty person behind bars. Really? Guilty of what? And by what metric? And how far are you going to go to prove it? And what cost are you going to incur and put upon your community to prove that? I'm getting a land plane. I'm getting a land plane.
No. Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
Oh,
it's not.
So mad.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
All right, Alan Jackson gets his moment. Ready?
You were asked a number of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen if I could. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a
This is the part where Alan Jackson's having a little fun.
bachelor's degree?
Yes.
And you hold a master's degree?
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Mr. Disogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the May 8th report.
I'm sorry.
Oh, side note, Jackson's questions right there were leading. It's the same way that Hank Brennan asked those questions. You wouldn't lie about your data. You wouldn't lie about your information. You wouldn't lie about your credentials, would you?
Interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he
It's
amended
different though,
his.
right?
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after
Bunch of other events. Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry.
1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
Oh,
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
It sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart, I recall seeing a number of events after.
Can you refresh your recollection? Look at a chart.
okay, we're going to fast forward. I say that because I've been streaming for 6 hours. 6 hours of time streaming. Last bit of argument, proponent of evidence and information, Yannetti making an argument about using Proctor text.
And the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it.
Sorry, I'm fast forwarding a bit, guys. I know I'm doing that. I know I'm doing that. I know that you're going to yell at me taking things piecemeal, but we've been streaming for 6 hours and I've got to get through this part of it.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in some substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it should.
Remember what I said about Hank Brennan saying, I would never. I just feel gaslighted to anybody, just a bit. Just a bit.
An unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant, is it material, and what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer.
I'm not opposed to admissions of bias against a police officer. Guys, what did we say? I'm not trying to block ARCA. I'm not trying to block ARCA. I'm not trying to block ARCA.
But it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half.
The point Brennan's making is that they're trying to impeach a witness that they have not called. It's improper impeachment. Honestly, the argument's pretty good. That you can't really use this just to attack the investigation because this doesn't speak to the investigation. This speaks to the person conducting the investigation. You can't impeach that person because they have not testified and therefore subjected themselves to being impeached. The flip side of that is it fair for the prosecution to hide that witness and not bring them to bear when they were the lead investigator and you could not allow the impeachment of that witness through Buchanan, who was the sub-judge or the sub that was brought in to save Proctor or bring that case forward and instead of Proctor? This is a catch-22. I don't know what Judge Cannoni's going to do here. I really don't. I know people are guessing and speculating that Cannoni's going to exclude the text messages. I don't know that that's the case. And I know that Yannetti got back up and fervently argued that, Judge, you cannot require them or they can't require us to call the witnesses that they think we need to call. However, Brennan's got a decent point. You can't impeach a witness when their testimony has not been before the court and subject to impeachment. And the text messages themselves, some of them might speak to the investigation directly, but a lot of them need context. So I don't know. I know the defense does not intend to call Michael Proctor. And the question there is a judgment call. I know that that's been reported. It's been reported that the defense does not intend to call Michael Proctor. And that becomes a judgment call. Here's the judgment call. The defense not calling Michael Proctor means that you don't get to go further into the text messages, which means you actually kind of break a promise to the jury. That is, if Cannoni rules the way I think she will. I think Cannoni's going to exclude them unless they come in through Proctor. That's what I think is going to happen. Because fundamentally, the text messages are not being brought in to go after the investigation. They are being brought in to impeach the credibility of the person who did the investigation. And you can't impeach their credibility unless they have advanced their credibility in a positive direction, like saying, hey, I'm credible. So I think Cannoni's going to exclude it for now unless they call Proctor. They're going to put it on the defense. At that point in time, I am still of the mindset that no matter how much Hank Brennan leads Proctor, Hank Brennan ain't going to fix Proctor. So I still don't see a negative consequence of calling Proctor. That's me. I'm not the defense. I'm 30,000 feet away from this. So we shall see how it plays out. But for the time being, 6 hours and 13 minutes in, I have to speed through Super Chats and get off of this live stream because it is 2:54 a.m. my time. Ice, baby, does AJ's beard add to his panache? Absolutely. Brandon's inverted anus. Was Welcher confident he was touching stuff, reading his entire time on the stand? He was deflecting. Jordan Patterson, if I was a juror, I would notice the stark appearance and attitude difference of Aperture versus Arca and Delta V. Yes, absolutely. And that was noticeable as well to me. Katie Hewling, all this low-hanging fruit is just nuts. I saved that for that reason. Jade, thank you for gifting memberships on 2 rounds of memberships. Very much appreciated. Bella Brat, for you, I love you both, and you both say this isn't right. However, this is the one of many that he continually gets away with. So then what the fuck are we doing here if we are just going to do this and it's allowed? That rant that I went on about political decisions and making decisions and how you get involved, That is what you're doing here. This is a massive window, magnifying glass into a problem that you probably can spot in your own community. Go and work on fixing it. Steve A, defense lean is proper, innocent until proven guilty. I agree. Stacy Labruno, Mr. Disogra, do you believe it's possible for Alexis to launch to the moon? I would imagine he would say no. Steve A, in closing, can defense point out open their witnesses were on cross versus how evasive? Yes, you can always draw an inference to the credibility of the witnesses and how they presented during trial. That is within the province of the jury. You are allowed to ask them to take a look at that and assess that. Shay B, thank you very much. Very generous of you. The way he says yar instead of your is infuriating. It's grating to me too. I try not to draw too much attention to it because I know, I don't think people can help the accents they have. It's just, I can't vibe with that accent. I just can't. I have trouble with it. Emily Zelko, I'm with you, Rob. Think you may forget he's in the Commonwealth right now, though. I don't know. He came back pretty strong. Minnesota knows he reminds me of my 7-year-old daughter. The difference is I like my 7-year-old daughter, so I tolerate it. Fair. I have a 6-year-old stepson who this might remind me like the gaslighting a little bit. The thing is, I like that 6-year-old stepson very much, so I tolerate it. Mistrial, FKR, Brennan goes from 0 to 100 faster than Jen can butt dial 10 people. Save that for that reason too. Shay B, thank you very much. This is what Brandon makes me think of. Being miserable and treating other people like dirt is every New Yorker's God-given right. The Mayor of New York and Ghostbusters 2. Phenomenal movie reference. Great movie. Honestly, they don't make comedies like they used to. Love Ghostbusters and 2. Both great films. Don't think the remakes were that good. I really don't. I think the humor missed. I think they lost on a lot of the casting. I think you're just not going to be able to replicate that type of humor anymore. Drama Llama, the younger jurors will probably dislike him most and worst because Disogra did so well and kept his cool. He did. He was responsive. He said no, but yes, but he answered the question. He didn't fight every question. Distributed load. If the underlying data being incorrect makes his analysis incorrect, whose fault is that, Brennan? That was what I was getting at. That was confusing to me. Laura Leanne, Rob, some of us in chat that have been in abusive relationships are triggered by Brennan and his gaslighting tone, etc. Laura Leanne, I'm gonna acknowledge the fact that might be true. I'm also going to say that, let's say that you had a viewpoint that was favorable to the prosecution in this case, and you liked the witnesses the prosecution was advancing as witnesses proving their case in chief. Alan Jackson combating, fighting, and arguing those witnesses and adding commentary to certain remarks would also have the feeling of gaslighting, and it might be triggering to some people as well. I'm not saying this to justify what Hank Brennan is doing, because I recognize that he's doing it quite frequently. What I'm saying is that when we're doing this type of understanding and viewing of critiques of lawyers doing what they do, we have to take a step back, try putting on different shoes, and then looking at it a different way. So now I am mindful that I personally, my own biases, view Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson substantially differently. Arlene Navo, Hank, show us where the Aperture reports this witness hurt you. He would say everywhere. Kate Hewling, celebratory super chat, finished my sewing project. Wonderful. Great news. I almost said thank you. Wonderful news. Time to make a matching vest for the tiny skirt people voted for me to work on. See, that's how you know I've been talking for a while. Drama Llama, thank you for the super sticker. Katie Hewling, your rants are appreciated. They remind us there's still people working in the system who give a damn, and we really need that watching this trial. We have a lot of new judges in my county, and I have a lot of faith in the new judges because I think that a lot of them that just got elected, or not elected, but put in positions that they were put in, really have an aim at doing good. One of the judges I appeared before today, I very much appreciate. I very much appreciate this judge. And she was a family practitioner beforehand too. So you guys can make a difference. You really can. Just become involved. Just be involved. Arlene Nevo, imagine Hank playing Never Have I Ever. There's a whole lot of drinking involved in that. I don't want to. Francie Lou Who, crafting for my scouts tonight. Thanks for the company. Thank you, Francie Lou Who. Okay. For those of you who are going and here, yes, my mic is in and out because I keep moving my head rapidly away from the mic all the time because I'm tired and I'm trying not to. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciated. 6 hours and 19 minutes, 6 hours and 20 minutes to catch up on 3 or 4 of the more pivotal days of the Karen Read case. Very much appreciate you guys being here. Please, the 3,630 of you that are still here, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Oddly enough, I don't put out a whole lot of content, so you're not going to get a whole lot of bells and a whole lot of notifications. Generally speaking, right now, my capacity is limited to being able to do 1 live show a week. At some point in time, I imagine that's going to change. When? I don't know. So please like the stream. Please hit subscribe. I promise I'm not going to inundate you with all the little bells, etc. Let's see. We've got this video, I think, to 3,000 likes. I'd love to get it to 5 if we can. There's 3,600 of you here. If you hit the like button before you leave, might get it over 5. And it would be greatly appreciated if you did. Thanks for being here, folks. I really appreciate it. I say things to people every week, and it is to go make something because it will make you feel better. I am a woodworker. I am a maker. I am a person that creates crafts and does all kinds of stuff in my spare time when I am not a practicing lawyer and on YouTube explaining the law. I will never give up that part of me itself, because I believe fundamentally that engaging that type of behavior, activity, on the creative part of your mindset is very, very therapeutic in nature and is something that we should all do. So I often say, go make something, you will feel better, because that's the truth. So this weekend, rather than binging on Karen Read content, take a step outside, go make something. I promise it will make you feel a little bit better, even in the face of a lot of gaslighting by a certain prosecutor. Cheers to all of you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And I will catch you in the next video. So we will see you next week. Cheers and good night.